Hey, what's up, people? Hello. How's things today? You all good? I don't know if my audio is okay. I presume it is. My levels are alright and stuff. It's a bit loud. Let me know. Tweak it a bit. The music should be a little bit quieter today. Quieter than normal. Audio is good. Cheers, Owen. How you doing? You okay? We're good. So today is the 403 or G403. Bit of a beast. That's for sure. Yeah, not bad. Bank holiday weekend in the UK this week. So Friday we're off, although we're still at home anyway because of COVID, but at least we get some time out. Can't tell if that's washed out, I think it's okay. Picked up some new scales. This time I got a point decimal and one set rather than two sets that we've been using, so should make it a little bit easier. That's the plan anyway. So at least we can get the decimal place. It goes up to 500 grams, so yippee. Just wait for a few others to join. So where are you all coming in from? I'm in Manchester, UK. You all around the world? You're all in the UK as well. UK, man. A lot of people have asked for this one. So we're going to go with some Kailh threads today because I've got plenty of them in. Hyperglides, Paracord, and we're going to do a weight reduction on the 403 here. This has probably got one of the worst cables when I reviewed it, probably 2 years ago. I hate it, man. Nottingham, hey, not bad, man. Not too far. Not the 703 yet, Brandon, maybe one day, mate. Got plenty coming. But it was very similar to this, mate. 703s just going to have a different PCB, tell you that now. Wisconsin, hey, man. I think Twitch chat's not working. A6, how you doing, man? Ooh, it's not working, why is that? Is it not coming through? Looks okay. Got a quick test. Let's try it out before we get going. Won't be too long. So you're looking to do weight reductions? Or just a bit of everything, you want to see what it looks like and stuff inside? I'm going to adult related this one, see how it's set to overaged. Right, let's try Twitch. Just give me a sec, let's check this, pretty sure it's good. And we'll dance. Take it to pieces. I need to do one more thing actually, just realised. Behind today. Apologies. Too many things on the go. Maybe not, maybe Twitch chat's not coming through. Interesting. I probably missed quite a bit anyway looking at that actually, to be fair. Start this chat, bear with me. Never ever seems to want to work. Had the 403 currently, waiting on a 1500 or 1150 milliamp battery. Okay, you're going to do a battery mod on the 703, nice. Alright. Already Paracord it, but hyperglides on mine. Just want to take some weight off now. The final piece there, Lucas. Double clicking on my 403. Okay, that's not good. Should be easy enough to change though. If you can get some new switches. Hey Brandon, also plan to wrap my mice. Okay, seen a few people wrapping them. Bit of a D-brand skin for it. Okay, do they make one specifically for it? D-brand? Right, let's do one more thing. I'll be AFK for 2 secs. I'll put on the wrong camera for it. Just give me 2 secs. I'm back. So look at what's going on with chat a little bit with me. Okay, let's say 6. I mean, I can change mouse 4 button switch. Can I change mouse 4 switch to mouse 1 without any extra tool? How do you mean, dude? Is it in the software, or you want to change it physically? Couldn't using the 403 as your main there, Max. Nice. It's complex inside. Well, Logitechs generally are. So today we're going to see how complex. So we shall see. So I think all my chat's working. Can't quite tell. So I'm just going to have to roll with it and see. And on Twitch, say hello. See if that works, and then we'll get going. There's always some technical issues in there. Physically, we'll find out 6. I don't know. I'm not taking it apart properly yet, so today you'll be able to find that out. Logitech generally switch around some of the switches inside, so I'm expecting maybe mini on-ROMs on the side that I'm not talking about yet, and probably 50mm on-ROMs here, maybe 20. A little bit more snappy, so maybe 20s. I don't know, bit of a guess. And maybe micro on-ROMs on here. We shall see. If the micro ones you won't be able to, man. Not really working. What, Twitch? Does the Viper Mini have the same size feet as the normal Viper? Nope, totally different. There's also a gap in the some of the Viper feet, and the Ultimate hasn't done. It's a bit annoying. DPI button feels great. Yes, a nice little switch. Right, it's so clicky. I'd say it's got different switches. So. Alright, we'll get on with taking the feet off. I love the G Pro matte finish. I'll wrap it for a bit better grip there, Brandon. Trying out some true grips they've sent me to help grip the G Pro. The original one was always a bit slippy anyway, I always found. My original one, that was one of the problems I had when I reviewed it early on. I think it's 2 years ago now. It was always slippy, so... Not perfect. I don't know why they put such a weird coating on it, and it wears out quite a bit anyway, so... Right, let's get the feet off then. So this is, let's say, this has got one of the worst cables. One of the problems I had originally was just how bad this cable is on it. Horrendous. So let's weigh it up. See what we got first in weight. Could wet sand it. Yeah, okay, you could do that. It's true. Cheers for the follow, Brandon. Could have been a while ago. Lol. So we'll try it with the weight in. If you've seen that, it has the weight in here originally, so we'll just try it anyway, and then we'll try it without, get some different weights, and then we'll work out what it's going to be. So I've got some new scales. Hopefully this gives us a bit better reading now. So with the weight in, it's 98 grams, is it? Still climbing. Should be on the points. Call it 98. Still go? Right. So 98 grams of the weight in. And I've sanded it to be lighter to take the wrap better. Okay, you're going to make it grip a little bit better. I just find this tricky to get the weight out the back of this. This is in the days when people used to add weight. Everyone's now going the other way a little bit. These do ping out, I think, don't they? Usually the button, is the button actually, is it part of it? Can you actually get this out? I thought you could. It's 98 grams of extra weight. This one was. That's what it was showing, wasn't it? I think that's right. I don't know what the stock weight is. There we go. Sorry, I'm just pinging out with weight. I was on the scale still. Let me know if my camera's not right. Position wise. $10.36. What we got on that? 3 grams. So, as light as you're going to get it. A cable, man. Would you reckon seems about right? About 85, 86 grams. Stock. Check without the cap. 82, I reckon. Without the cap. 83. I was wrong. Prodigy or hero? Good question. I'm not sure, to be fair. I've had it a long time. I can't remember. We're going to find out. We'll have to see. Doesn't tell me, I don't think. Serial number's 1850. I'd say it's not a hero. It's probably a prodigy. I've had it a long time, so I ain't sure. Can check it below. Below 82. So 82 grams. That's what it looks like today. Right. What below is in the bottom. Doesn't say hero, so I'm assuming it's prodigy. It's an oldie. It's got to be at least 2 or 3 years old. I bought a new one recently, so they're going to be pretty similar inside. With the same as the 703. The 703 maybe have a bit more like the wireless connectivity and stuff, but the core of it, the shell and stuff, will be identical. I can't see why Logitech would have changed it. So. Right, let's get the skates off. I'll just mute you for a minute so you don't deafen you. Should come off fairly easy. Split him against. I always split Logitech feet. You got like a 2-layer. So you have this initial piece, like, and I always get that. I never go deep enough. Just 460 below. See that split? You can tell here. Goodbye, feet. You have been savaged. I need to weigh it. Gotta weigh everything, right? Reckon a gram? Probably a gram these. Nope. 0.4 of a gram. So we'll go through, we'll weigh everything, and then we'll have an idea of what we got. Make it easier for us to take things apart. I got a little screw ball here now. Nice. Notice there's 2 screws straight off it. So what do you reckon, 2 more at the top? Think they did that or didn't? I reckon they left. I reckon there's 2 at the top. Waiting to see the rival 600 bob. Oh, it might be a while that one, dude. I've got plenty lined up. Might be a while. Oops, wrong button. Hey Matthias, sorry mate, I missed you there. Hello there mate, how you doing? So we get this one properly without destroying the skate. I like our Logitech now have started to put like a little nick so you can get easily into the skates. Okay, so we came off properly. 2 more screws, no surprise. This is what the look like would be taken off feet. On the other side of the stickiness is, you can see it's damaged it. They'd probably go back on, but I'd use a bit of M3 to tweak it a little bit. So the skates look like they weigh about a gram, 0.4 each, 0.8 grams maybe. Should we need to measure them as well? People like to know the thickness of feet. Gross down. That's just the stickiness mate coming off, nothing more than that. This could be dirty inside though. So these ones are 0.57, can you see that? That's a little glare. 0.57 thickness, so 6mm probably. That's what the Hyperglides are when we put it on. I'm assuming the rear is going to be the same. Well, 0.55, so yeah, they're the same. Probably a little bit of glue difference or something, about that 0.0 I'm sure the caliper's not 100% accurate either, because it's only reasonably priced. So let's take out the feet. Now we can unscrew it. Need a bigger desk, man. Mrs. is on mine. Isn't that right, Claire? Mm-hmm. Full screws, so you can have to take both feet off if you want to swap out for any other well, you're gonna have to take all the feet off if you want to change the if you want to take it apart. You take the circle out. I always fit the circle. So if you want a Paracord or anything, all the feet are coming off. That means you have to get some new ones probably. Gets to be a bit of a tangled mess. I'm trying to get a better camera at the minute. I'm probably trying to get the right power converter so I can run my DSLR permanently. I've had 3 now and none of them are working for it. 1 ring. Am I selling my products? Yes, go to beardedbob.com shop, or here's a link. I do generally sell them, so the Viper's on there at the minute and a few others. I just need to make it a bit tidier. So open to comments on how to improve my website structure. Make it easier for people. 0.1 of a gram for the ring. I don't think the Hyperglides have got a ring actually. I didn't come up that URL. How interesting. Should have. Don't know why. There's always something when streaming, right? Just go to beardedbob.com and then on there there's on the left hand side there's a shop button. You'll see them. And they haven't what stuff that I'm selling, so I'm just starting to ramp that up at the minute. Bob, favourite mouse shape, no longer in production. Which one, dude? I'm using the thick screws on this one. You can tell. It's not the best camera. For now, we shall deal with it now. Come here. Oh, you're asking me which mouse do I like shape that's no longer in production? It's got to be the Microsoft Intelli, if any mouse one. Back in the day, these are all the same screws. Yeah, I've started doing custom mobs. A lot of people asking for it, so I thought, well, I'll do some for people. Just do it as a hobby, so it's ain't my job. Should play Rainbow Six, Lucas. Yeah, I play on Friday night, mate. Stream every Friday. Welcome to come and join us if there's space, man. Which town there is. Hey, just found your channel within the last week. Really liking it. Cheers, Boxing. Glad you're liking it, man. Welcome, sir. Classic. It's a classic, mate. I've got one. I need to do all the tests for it. I'm just doing the Mini Viper review at the minute, so all the tests like latency and all the measuring I've done some CPI deviation stuff as well and things like that. So, and then I want to do the Microsoft Intelli to see how it compares because it's a classic. It's a legendary mouse, to be fair. You can buy the mouse yourself for $6 if you want. That's fine. You got to ship it to me. I live in the UK. That's the difference, maybe. But yeah, I can mod your mouse for you, or you can buy one. I just offer people one that'll buy it. I don't make any money on them really. I can make any money on the mice itself, but yeah, you can ship it me. Can you put switches in the Model O? Sure can, Soaks. You can have switch replacement on any mouse, apart from the Razer Optomechanical, because they're specific. So anyone that I know you can't switch at the minute. But Razer have made it probably so you can in the future. This is a bit tricky to get out, so it pulls up and normally they're hooking at the front, but this bad boy doesn't want to split. It's not that complicated inside this one. Once we ping it open. Logitech definitely make their mice high quality, man. In terms of like how they build them, no one compares to them really. Razer's close, but it's a little bit of a love tug. Looks like there's some maybe clips at the front that are slightly gone. See them? Et voila. Logitech always put the main left and right switches higher up than ever on the PCB. If you've noticed, they're always in like a different, they're on a PCB, but they're always in like a different section. Looks like when look here, is it 6.0 you're asking? Looks like they're using some on switch full size on this as well, so it looks like you will be able to change them out. DPI will have to see, it's a bit hidden. Where do I get them from? I'm buying from China at the minute, Owen, but I am selling some if people want them, so hit me up. Got some in the UK. There's a long wait list for them, that's for sure. So ping up the ribbon cable here. Now we got two pieces. Not that complicated, this one. Complicated than most mice. Interesting, you got a torque screw here. That's different. I've seen that before. One chunky ass scroll wheel. Scroll wheel is using a micro switch. This little mechanism here to how the scroll wheel sits in is a bit weird. I'm not seeing that. Razer have got something similar on the Viper. It's like a little cradle, you see that? And then the scroll wheel sits within it like a solid piece of rubber. It's a beast of a scroll wheel. It's totally different, not seeing that. Interesting how that works. Did you already try Revos? Not yet, mate. I've got too much on at the minute, but I will try it, see if it's better for latency, definitely. How much did it cost to put switches in my Model O? I charge 25 UK, mate, plus return postage, so UK is £10. America and EU's 20 quid return, and anywhere else is 30 quid postage. So the switch is like 25. Cheers, Susluke. I can't say your last name, mate, but thanks for the follow. It's a tricky one. Cheers, man. Right. I can tell this is an old one. These are these older ribbon cables. These are different. I've not seen these before to hold the magnets in. So we're going to go for we'll take it apart and we'll put it back together and we'll try some, we'll try different weight reductions on it first so you can try ones that you won't destroy your mouse with before we take it fully apart. So Logitech is still using the same type of screw. It's just like this small one with a flat head, or thicker. So they've got thinner threads now on the newer mice. Seems to be anyway. We're just going to weigh every bit. 0.12. These will all be edited, these videos, and then put on YouTube as well, so you don't have to watch through it all if you don't want to. What's your thoughts on the G-Wolves versus Glorious mouse? Which one's better, you mean, Six? Is it the same as the Hero version? I don't know. This is the Hero version, isn't it? This isn't the... no, it's Prodigy version, sorry. The Hero version have a different sensor, right? So I can get one to try it, but I'm expecting it's very similar. They might have updated it slightly. So if people want, I could probably get one as well. Quality. They're both very similar, mate, I would say, between G-Wolves and Model O. I couldn't pick between them. These little weird little clips for the magnets. They're both using the 3360 sensor, so there's very little to tear apart from them. They're both built with just a PCB and basically a bit of plastic. There's nothing inside them if you look at some of the teardowns I've done. Not compared to these Logitechs. These Logitechs are like complicated, so same screws there as well. Actually, I'll put these in there. Oh, I'll leave them in there. And you got the magnet. This is probably what people are going to take out. It's not overexposed, let me know if it is. And then let's try. So they're not bad. They're 0.8 of a gram, so you'll get 1.6 grams out of it by just whipping out the magnets. By the looks of it, I'd say off that. That's what I'd expect. Damn it. So what's for you one? So what's your best two-side button mouse? I don't know. I quite like the G Pro. It's a bit firm though. But I do prefer the G Pro side buttons at the minute because they're nice and short. There's no there's very little pre-travel, I'd say, for me, if I could pick one. The other ones all have like kind of a bit more sponginess in them. The Viper's not bad for side buttons. Most of them are a bit mushy, should we say. The switches I'd probably change, but you can't change them on the G Pro very easily. Got an interesting question. Okay, 6, what's the question? Soaps, do you sell G Pro on eBay? I do, but I also sell it on Beardedbob.com. Just go to shop, same thing. You got more of a choice on Beardedbob.com. You can spec it as you wish. Can you install lizard skin in a mouse? I mean, at the same height. How do you mean? Can you like cut them to shape and put them on there? Is that what you mean? Lizard skins? You can do what you want with it, really. You can chop it as much as you want. Generate magnetic lift. I like that idea of it. Create like a hoverboard, but a hover mouse with the magnets. These are pretty powerful, these little magnets from Logitech. Let's see if you can G Pro that. I got the 403 Hero, but it feels the G Pro is too expensive. The yeah, G Pro wireless is definitely expensive, man. Similar to the Viper, right? The Ultimate Viper. They are in that higher end of price for sure. Definitely work, 100% work. It could be a levitation, I like it. Make it smooth. Oh, I see. You want to fill the holes in using lizard tape. Is that what you mean? 6. You could do that if you wanted. You could cover it in I'd probably use something a bit thicker. It's going to be a bit weird to patch it together. You know, like a patchy like lizard. Like skin, I guess you call that. Like a patchy top. You might be better wrapping it if you want to do something like that. Right, so it looks like you got 4 screws here on the top of this scroll wheel. This is really weirdly put together. So we'll take these out. Try its PCB out. I'm from Argentina. Welcome from Argentina, sir. The UK. UK. Do you reckon? Ooh, 0.5 grams for these ones. So 0.1 of a gram maybe. 0.2 of a gram. Once they are tied together, we'll take some pictures later. I need to take some for a mouse review forum. Mouse review sub. Which are cool. I'll review from there. But I always like taking pictures and putting them on there for people. Probably is lighter than the original shell, but I think given how light it is, you probably prefer the quality of the original, to be fair. Like it's got to be a pretty heavy shell. Like on this G403 here, definitely 3D printed shell here would be worth it because of the pure weight of it, but on something that's already been pre-trimmed out, I can't see there being much point. I've already like the shells from like G-Wolves and Final Mouse and stuff like that are pretty good. There's not much in it to do. Like, you couldn't take much more weight out of it. Like the hat is pretty light. You can strip out some of the RGB and stuff, but the shell itself is really well built. Like they've done most of the weights come out of it. You could thin it out, maybe sand the inside, but you're talking like micrograms, right? Depends how sensitive you are. I can't wait to get this cable off this thing because it drives me nuts. I hate this cable, man. So once that 4 screws are out, you can now ping out the scroll wheel there, which is a totally different design. Never seen this one before. And you got the micro switch on one side. See that here? Which is soldered to the board. And then you got the encoder, which again soldered to the board. Maybe we should do a Hero. Should do a Hero 403 as well. How long will this take? They usually take either 3 to 4 hours, depending. XLR soaks. So here's the construction of the scroll wheel. Oh, I thought it was hollow. It's actually clear plastic with this weird rattle cage, and that is one thick scroll wheel. That's got to be the thickest scroll wheel we've seen yet. Maybe no, it's probably actually similar to a Final Mouse. Oh, I've never seen what 10mm. You see that? Above lights drive me nuts. 10.2 or 10.3mm. I think that's the thick scroll wheel, man. And if you can find one that'll fit it in 27mm in diameter, you might find one that'll be able to swap out for that. Maybe. Maybe. This is rock hard, this plastic. I'm not sure we can separate this easily. This looks glued in. I'd say that's glued. You're not going to get that apart because it's part of the... Even the rubber, it looks like Logitech's glued the side pieces on here. Hello boys, hey Kailh, how you doing, man? Spindle's 24.2 as well. If you wanted to replace it, check out the size of this. Weighs 4 grams, 3.97. You're not going to split that, you have to literally cut away the rubber. We could try it later, maybe. If you want to do that, and this weird, like, scroll wheel cradle, stop it wiggling side to side. Different. Seen something similar on the Viper, but the Viper uses it actually to hold the wheel in. The scroll wheel clips in it, but on this one, 0.3 grams. You could probably leave that out, to be fair, if you're not bothered. Can't see how that's going to make any difference. We shall try. Alrighty, so we've got a screw here, a screw here, there's quite a few screw here. Some more screws around this housing for the scroll wheel. Like all Logitech, I mean, I think the G502 light speed we did the other day had 49 screws. Logitech certainly use a lot of screws on. These are the same as what was in the original, micro switch, so there's no point in weighing these. So what mice you're running at the minute then? Which ones you're using? Can you upgrade the Razer Death Adder V2? I don't know, I've got one. I just need to review it and then take it apart. So it's part of the plan. But you probably take some weight out of the Death Adder, no problems. Encoder wise, it's using a Kailh 9 black. Looks like a clean 9-inch or 9mm black by the looks of it there. You start changing encoders a bit more. Yeah, it's a 9mm. Kailh 9mm, I can't do. Easy to show it here. Can you see that? Maybe a bit less than 0.7, but you ever want to change the encoder, a lot of people seem to be changing the encoders at the minute. Not on the 403, just in general. So to paracord this, you can have to basically, if you want to put a paracord in this, you have to strip all this out because it goes underneath this PCB here. So you have to take out the front scroll wheel. So you have to do quite a bit of work to swap the paracord on this. This ain't going to be an easy one. Good morning, hey Simon. Good morning, sir. It's good evening to us at the minute. It's what time is it? 8:45 PM. These are all the same screws at the minute. And there's a lot. So many of you power corded this. I must have done some of it, I reckon. Wouldn't say it would be too tricky. I'd just take a picture if you're doing it so you know what position the cables are in, or the screws are in. You can definitely take some screws out of it so you can make it a bit lighter. Every little bit counts. If you want to see what tools I'm using, go on beardedbob.com, and then there's a shop link there. There's a link to where all the stuff that I'm using. Do you know of any ergo mouse smaller than the EC2B G403 Mini when it comes out, mate? How you doing, Stevie? Hey, welcome back, sir. Do you ever play Fortnite? I did for a little bit of Soaks, but it's not for me, mate. I prefer like Rainbow Six Squad, Call of Duty if I feel a bit more lively, but not Fortnite for me, man. I don't like the way you can protect yourself with like walls and stuff. It's not for me. I could play it if my mates played it. 1.3 grams. Quite like Apex, but again, it's all about, for me, that's about button management and how many buttons you can push at the same time and stuff like that, rather than the accuracy of your shot. Do you know what I mean? Unless you're running a sniper. That's the way I see it. More into tactical shooters. I used to like PUBG. Oh, there's one more. Just realised there's one behind here as well. You don't have to take all the PCB screws out here to take out the cable though for the power cord. You could have done that. As long as you take this front part out here, you can then pull out this cable here. You can see it running down this track. So let's take this out. What squad servers frequently are? I've not been on for a while. TLR is it? I think it's one I've been on a few times. Not quite a bit, but it's one of those games where I'll put more time into it. But at the moment, I'm just playing Rainbow Six because I only get a Friday really to game, so it's pure time, man. One power cord. These are some thick cables, man. So like I say, you'll be able to, don't you take the scroll wheel out, you'll be able to take these out. It should ping out, but it's stiff. Don't play CS, I don't know. The CSGO, I played it a little bit, and then I kind of got, I don't like the way you can't scope in. You can only scope in with a sniper, and that just gets my nerves. Like I say, it doesn't feel tactical to me, it just feels like, I don't know, it's a bit, it's hard to explain. I like a scope and a bit of a patient game and stuff like that. For more like sniping, but like squad sniping is mint. I love squad for that. Well, I love squad just for the way you can play. If you've got a good team and good squad, you can dominate the map. Or Rainbow Six, but CSGO is just about knowing the map and cursor position, right? Bit of tactics, maybe. Damn, this thing's in tough, man. Let's rip all the cables out of it. I was playing like Battlefield 4 when CSGO was out and stuff like that. It was popular. I also never had the time to get competitive at it, so you need a lot of time for CSGO. You need a lot of time for Rainbow Six, to be fair, given how many people have been playing it. It's just like me and Lowy Fancy at the minute, because there's nothing out there. Can't find much out to play at the minute. This thing's tight. Tight! Don't pull the cables too hard if you're pulling these out, because you will snap them. You'll snap it to the PCB. You can see it's lifting up there. Sometimes this separates from the PCB as well, so you'll be careful of that. Valorant, again, it's Overwatch / CSGO. I've always fancied playing Overwatch. I prefer to play that, I think. I like Paladins when I played that for a little bit. But yeah, CSGO and Overwatch mixed together, so. Hey Luca, definitely mate, super stuck in mate, aren't they? Valorant seems to be getting a lot of popularity though, people seem to be liking it. I like proper gun mechanics. It looks cool, but it's not for me. I'm waiting for a decent BR game to come out now. Like, I used to love PUBG. I like that type of game, but I don't like running for 25 minutes to be shot by a Kar 98. When all I found is like an M4 with iron sights, you know what I mean? It's always what it felt like. This plug is stuck in. There's always something in these, right? See, like the switches don't want to come off, or I mean, there's like little clips there you can ping out on this. But if you push these too hard, you end up snapping them as well. They certainly don't want the cable coming out, right? Have you tried Krunker? It's most aim intensive and movement with iron sights. Not tried that one. Quite liked, what's it called? Postscriptum, that was pretty cool. And there was another one, Hell something. Nice. They got a proper weird cheat system, have they, mate? They're trying to block or look at all your stuff, what you're doing, running at the same time. It's a bit invasive. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, I'm a CSGO prudist. Yeah, I like a bit of a challenge, right? But if you got a lot of time to play it, it's alright. It's always stuff like that. Like, you've got to. This thing is rock hard to get out. You got to have a lot of time to do. Finally, it's like I'm playing a lot of CSGO, playing a lot of Rainbow Six in my eyes compared to anything else, and I'm still nowhere near people that played it for 5 years straight. You know what I mean? Never been off it. So, probably be different if I was just playing games all day, I guess. If it was like a pro streamer or something like that. I like Tarkov. Tarkov looks mint. Again, it needs a lot of time, and I want to play that, but I haven't got time. Tactical FPS is where it's at. That's right, John. Agreed. You prefer a lot of speed. So I like Call of Duty for a fancy bit of speed. Like playing a bit of team deathmatch, but everyone now just seems to be camping on it, so I'm like, ugh. It's about running around, like seeing he's got some good movement and gun skills, but not anymore. 48 grams cable, that was a pain to get out. Harder than I had expected. I don't know, what games are going to come out that's decent FPS wise? Can't think of anything. I'm expecting I like a bit of RPG as well. I used to like, you ever heard of EVE Online? I used to love that when I was probably like mid-20s, no, early 20s. So there's a PCB, you've got the micro switch for the scroll wheel, and then you say Kailh encoder. Even what sensor this has got, it's running a 3366. It's like DM, but I can't tell. We've tried hyperslides. I thought you typed it was a typo then boxing. He's trying to take over hyperglides. I've not tried them, mate. I've not really heard of them, to be fair. Not heard of them. You have to DM me a link on Twitter, mate, or something like that. I'll take a look. So it's 47.27 mils across. If people are looking to transfer it, I doubt you are, but everyone likes to know modders love to know the PCB sizes. I don't know why. I guess to swap them in and out of motherboards. Mice. And it's 63.86. Right. The base. True Logitech style. It's nice and stiff here. a little bit of weight to come out of that. We can definitely take this rear out of it. Probably get a couple of grams out. What do you reckon it weighs? I'm going to say 15 grams maybe. Nope. 11. I was going to say 10, but no, I thought I'd ramp it up. I thought it's Logitech. They'd make an absolute rock hard base, but obviously not. What else? Radio Not is coming out this year. What's that? Yeah, I've missed something. COD skill seems really low. Yeah, no, it is low. I just like it because I can jump on and off it, play a couple of rounds, and then go. I don't have to wait for 25 minutes when I'm playing BR. If I could pick any game, it'd be Battlefield. It'd be BR that I like. I do like Battle Royale stuff. But you need a lot of time to wait between it while you're dead, or you can't just jump on it, play a few rounds, and then jump off because sometimes you're mid game. So Siege is a bit like that, though, I guess. Techni tried that out. Yeah, go see Techni. He's good, man. Got mine on Amazon. Okay. I'll have to try them out, box them, see where they are. Is it Amazon UK or Amazon US? So it looks like on the side buttons are screwed in here. Other than that, pretty conventional pressing here. These are quite nice on the G403. I quite like the pressing on this. I wouldn't hate them. Feel alright. Decent switch, full size switch. Can definitely change these up. Can you change the side buttons on the Model O? You can do on the Model O. They're using full size as well, and on the Model O minus. Not Model O minus, the Ultra Light 2, you can do that as well. Ground branch. Okay, I'll have a look, mate. I'll give it a whirl, that one, mate. Cheers, Owen. Might have to remind me. I'll probably forget. These are the same screws as are in the PCB, the tiny ones. These are not the small ones in this. Normally they use them just for the PCBs, but I guess they kind of are here. Can't stand up, man. What else we got? Do you like Apex? I kind of do. I played a few rounds and I played for a little bit. My mates don't seem to want to play it, so it's a bit of a problem. And it feels a bit like Inventory Manager, like say you've got like loads of shield, loads of health, and I'm just like, when I shoot someone in the head, I want them to drop dead. I don't want to like have to put a ton of rounds in them, which is what kind of annoys me that type of game. That's why I like tactical shooters. I'm generally good at a first shot, but holding it on the player is a little bit tricky. I don't generally do very well that long. So I'm good at a single shot, but not good at like, following him for 25 seconds while they're strafing left and right. Healing themselves. I ordered Tiger Arc 2 feet for my 403 Hong Kong. Could take a month to ship. Usually pretty quick, Lucas. Probably about, yeah, might be 10 days, 15 days. Depends on COVID. COVID's causing a lot of problems with posting at the minute. Looks like you have to take out these side buttons here before you can pull out the actual physical side button. So I've took out 2 of the top screws. This is probably a bit more complicated than I thought. There's a lot of wires running in this. That's for sure. A lot of people rate Tigers. I need to try some Tiger Arc 2s. I only tried the normal ones and they felt a bit more control based. Still good though. I mean, they're all pretty good. This one's got a little bit of like metal on the side here to hold them down, so it's screwed and then it's got like a piece to stop them screw being pushed past basically. Yeah, I wouldn't say I was bad at tracking players, but I don't want to track them for a long period of time, if you know what I mean, while they're sitting there healing. So give them a reasonable shot. Given how much time I play, like 8 hours a week on a PC, that's it. I used to play a lot more. 0.12. Yeah, it's prolonged strafing. Like, I'm not talking like a bit left and right here, like in PUBG. I'm talking like Apex or Fortnite, where you've just got infinite amount of health and shields. Just ridiculous. Just got our artisan rating. 5 days is good to ship there, mate. Decent pads. Everyone seems to go for the rating. So I don't think we can pull these out straight away either. We're going to have to find some other part. This is being pinned in by something. A bit of tape here. Not tried Tiger Arc 2s on the Razor Viper 2 yet. Not tried Tiger Arc 2s on the Razor Viper yet. I have some. I need to try them. Ones you bought weren't actually the first, they were the second. Okay, so were they the seconds then? Okay. I've already tried something, I guess. Bit of tape. Oh, sorry. I just realized the camera wasn't on. I pinged the tape from here. It was like that. Put it back for you. See, man, it's like that. I think it was like that. Something like that, anyway. Covering the solder points there. Like glide on mice and stuff is just totally like it's part of the skates, it's part of the weight of the mouse, and it's part of the skate configuration, like how the skates are. Like 305, for instance, G305 digs in. No weight to the tape. Good news. I find they dig in, so it doesn't matter how well it glides, they're just going to dig in. But it's also the mouse pad as well. It's not just the skates. You like how much your mouse glides? Fair enough, mate. I like a good fast glide, that's why I generally use. I'm using a harder pad at the minute, Helios at the minute, but I'm trying to wear it down so I can review it. Kailh Reds we're going to use, just because I've got loads of them. The other ones I'm keeping to do a switch test that's coming up. So I'm hoping to do put them into a mouse with the same PCB that's interchangeable. It's a ROG one. I'm going to try all the switches for latency and stuff like that. So that's coming next week, hopefully. I did promise it this week, but Razer Mini Vipers this week that people want, so that's what we're doing. Okay, cheers, Christopher. I'll remember that then. Tiger Arc 2s it was. I've got some other ones. I've got some core pads to try on the Razer Viper that they sent me. So I'll try those. I've got some other ones. These are the bit more chunkier screw. Try to get screws together as you can see. Oh, is that slightly different? Yeah, okay, this one's slightly different. I know you're really interested. Every little bit right we got away. This is it. It's part of the funnel. We pull it apart, 0.5 grams. And then we'll get onto the weight. I like the MM710. It's a good mouse. It's got no quality assurance issues, which a few people had. The ones I had were perfect, but it's a good mouse one. It's probably my second best. I like the G Pro Wireless as my main, but I nearly ran the MM710. It's a good mouse one. The lights I got the Model 02 was around, I could talk about 16 grams off it, I think, or 13 grams off the Model O, but I didn't chop it as much. I just took out what you could. So I don't know what the stock weight is. Stock weight 60 something? Can't remember. So it's probably early 50s. I did a Razer Viper the other week. Do you see that one? Somewhere around here. This puppy is fast. Might not look perfect, right? But this is 52 grams, I think. Right, and it's super fast. This is too fast for me. It's too twitchy. It's that light. And I like the way the back's off it because I don't like the shape normally, but with the back off it, it's actually a bit easier to use. It doesn't dig in, like it doesn't push into my palm as much. Which is one of the reasons why I don't like the shape. It's not pretty, but it's fast. So there's 2 more screws here at the back. These are the ones I'm loving. How many screws reckon we got? 25 maybe? So you can change, it was U6, you can change the side buttons on this, we'll show you in a minute, to anything you want, and the left and right mouse buttons as well, you can switch them out. They're not using micro switches, only the micro switches on the Scroll. So there was 2 here, there's a few around here. Looks like we should be able to pull out another skeleton. Logitech seem to like their skeletons. It's a weird torque screw. It's the first time I've seen him use a torque screw. I'm guessing it's just going to pull away in the side button scroll wheel. The left and right will be on here. They are 20 million on runs on the front. Thought they were. 20 million, baby. So this should ping out, but it's not going to. It's going to pose a challenge. I need to get this torque screw out the front here. Let me find another tool because I haven't bought one of them. I did get one. They fixed me the quality issues on the MM710. I didn't really, yeah, there's a few people saying about the wobble. When you've got split buttons, you're going to get some wobble, right? It's just the way it is. I think the glides are really good on that MM710, mate. Also, pads, like hard pads, have a bit of dust and they can cause scratchiness, but you're good, man. Right, we get a different screwdriver. Return 55 grams. Cheers, soak. Done that many now, I can't remember which ones I've done and what I got onto. This is a bigger toolkit, that's what we can get. I've got a MM711, that's what I do a comparison. The comparison should be fairly quick, but everything seems to take forever, right? There we go. One torque screw. What a weird design. Got to praise Logitech for how well they put their mice together. They are seriously well built, half a gram. So you can take that out the front. I'll tell you now that won't be going back in because I don't see what it's doing. Like, maybe it holds this plate in? Nope. So normally you can get to the front, the two sides, the front left and right, but you can't because it's buried under here still. So this is going to be interesting. How do we get this apart? I thought this was originally a skeleton, but it's not. This is built. This looks built into the shell. The smoothest aftermarket mice feet. Smoothest, not the. I mean, it's going to come down to the pad, right? And the one thing I've noticed with feet, I can't tell you which one's going to be the smoothest because I've tried a lot, and they're all different. Like, each mouse just reacts differently to the feet. So you've got the mouse that reacts differently, you've got the feet that are different, like some build them thicker for different mice for some reason, or thinner, or different material. And then you've got your pad that you're using it on. I thought it was Julian, but it's not, mate. I don't think it is anyway. It's built into the shell, but it's not built like the G Pro's got like a skeleton inside it. This one's physically built, you know what I'm saying? Are you saying that? Yeah, this looks like it's built into the shell. Sorry, mate. Modeler's good. 6B, I agree. Can you 3D print your own wireless? Can you print your own wireless lightweight mouse? I could do. It takes a lot of time to scan them in, so I've got a 3D printer. Just not done it. I'm going to build a Modeler wireless. I've got all the bits for it. I just need to plan the stream and then we'll build it. Or I might do an off stream first, make sure I can build it. And then I'll show you. If you fancy it, it's going to be pretty cool. Feet, I don't know feet, I can't so at the moment I'm running Hyperglides on my G Pro, but that's because I've got some of them to put on it. I'd also run core pads there, fine. The Helios pad I'm using can be a bit scratchy. In fact, I find it a bit scratchy because it's so hard, there's literally no giving it. So if you want to avoid scratchiness, get a cloth pad. Yeah, I'm going to use Adrenalize's shell. I printed it, I just need to plan it and then build it. If people are interested, we can do I'll do a video and I'll stream it. But... So I'm sat here looking at this, not really getting very far. I'm going to work out how I'm going to get this button out. Maybe we can ping the side buttons out then. The side buttons look like the like wedged in against this plate. Just try and get them out. Yeah, you could build the shell to your hand. That'd be good on unboxing. I like the idea of that. I did try and make Frankenstein most of the day. I tried to get the G Pro wireless and the Hattie shell, but they won't go together easily, so I stopped doing that. Give that a little bit of a try so we can do it. Yeah, I'm going to use the 305 to do that. Conversion, definitely. Easier using 20 million click. Or maybe 10 on runs as well on the sides. These usually feel pretty good, man. Hands. What about them? I got a pair, man. Hands, man. This has been a bit more tricky to take apart than I expected. So I've got a feeling there is part of the shell that you can take out, but like, you've got to be able to get to that ribbon cable on the back here. Maybe the top skin comes off. Maybe I'm looking at this the wrong way around from Logitech. Maybe it's more like a Zowie. It definitely comes off, but it's clipped. Okay, there's a screw down here. Maybe that's it. Can't remember, so because I'd have to check it up. It might be on ROM 50 millions, but that's a bit of a guess. That's what I'm thinking now. Everything they're using Hawano. Could be wrong. There's that many I've taken apart now. I have to check. On the website probably tells you, to be fair. Needed to know. I've been collecting all the Switch information. I'm going to release some new tables very shortly. Again, one of my want to do things, so never seem to get the time. Wow, this is definitely a trickier one. So we took that screw out. Any more? Nope. Maybe just pin the rear off then. Maybe once the screws are out, we can just lift the rear. It's probably going to be a micro switch under this. Maybe. I've been taking the rub off a lot of the mice, but I'm not going to take this one. I'm not going to take this one off tonight, I don't think. Oh, okay. So right, I was running because it pinged that up and it was a bit tight. I'll push it back. Let's see, damage the rubber. Careful. I think I found the other problem. So there was a screw down this side here, which was tight to get on the switch side, and then there's one right in between, right down this hole. This is it. Down here. Yeah, that's the one. There you go. Top's lifting off. You're right there. Can I get out? You going? Okay. Who's that? So, the trick here. I'm not sure. Did anyone see the screw come out? Yes. No, don't break my little screw panel. Nice and tidy. Sometimes get a magnetic plate instead of the blue tack, so this is what we got now. Some new scales and new magnetic plate. Right. Can be tricky. The back of the Modelo can be modded, so you can take it off and put it back on. Okay. You can drop it off if you wish. Good old plate. Always uses diffusers. Square one's different though. You can unscrew it. You mean be able to mod it without actually unscrewing the feet? Without taking the feet off and unscrewing it, you mean? So it's 7 grams already just by taking that rear plate off. If you drop that rear plate off the G305, G403, get it right, Bob. That's pretty light already, man. Obviously, there's a few bits not in it, right? Careful when you don't do what I did there and damage the rubber on your mouse. Damage it slightly like that. Anyway, you get more screws. So here's the screws for the switches. So if you snap your switch, you're going to have to do all of that. Probably not the PCB bit, but most of it. And then you have to be able to get to your new switch here, your new button. It's a lot of work. This looks standard. I've seen these before. So these are pretty easy to take off, that looks of these. Kind of hooked around the bottom. Should be fairly easy. There you go. Lift off nice and easy. I've always liked the concurved G403 buttons. More like just at the bottom here, they feel nice, I think. This is a popular mouse, this one. People like the 403. I mean, you could get a light Model A, right? Or Skull, if you wanted. G-Wolf Skull. If you wanted an ergonomic one. Usually these will take you about 15 minutes to half an hour to take apart, by the way. They won't take you this long, so just because we're measuring it and chatting and stuff, so. Love the 403. UK makes 10 quid to Nottingham. It's about the tracked special delivery next day. Sorry, I didn't even, I just pinged off the other button. So bad. Forgive me. So there's another 2 screws here, obviously. Skull feels cheap. It's probably when you get lighter, right? The lighter you go, the more flex you have and the cheaper the shell is. I mean, there's no way the G-Wolves are made like this. They don't have any of this intricate circuitry. This is pretty overcomplicated, I would say, to be fair. Slightly heavy, that button. 0.2 of a gram. I mean, Logitech are generally pretty well built. I would say Logitech or Zowie are the ones that are built well. Razors are built reasonably well. But they tend to have a lot of problems with razors, I find. People seem to say they break quite a bit. I actually quite like razor mice. There was a rumour, wasn't there, they were doing some money laundering, but I didn't see any proof. Oh man, I was pinging that. Could have broken that ribbon cable. Be careful, you can see that. That's the little cream piece that pinged off. That Skull Mini looks pretty good coming out though. I was impressed how it felt. It used a bit of better build quality because it did have some problems. So hopefully they'll fix that. We'll put this on when we take this board out. But but the shape of it was good. People think Razer's going to bring out a lighter Viper. Oh, I think it's a full-size switch under this. That's interesting. Doesn't have disconnection problems with 403 or Marco? Nope. What about the Pony's mouse? I haven't got mine yet. It's in the post, so we'll find out soon. This is interesting. They've got like this extended leg part here, but not on this side on this G403. It's different. Unless I ripped it off. Okay, I see. Totally different. So what they got it here, it's on like the side here. You see that? You got this leg piece here, this one, and this one's on the side. So it hooks into it. Different. Normally they're like symmetrical. All this stuff will go on YouTube, so don't you worry. I've got to release my EC1 video footage. And then it'll be there. We'll go next, I think. And another one. And then I've got the G502 Lightspeed, and then this will be the next one. A little bit behind because there's a lot of editing to do. Stand up, man. I've seen the 703 with printed shell. No, I've not seen that one, mate. Send me the link on Twitter there. I'm always interested. Where did you buy Hyperglides? These are from Hyperglides Direct. These. I've had these a while. Or they could be off Amazon, one of them. Can't remember. Little piece of come. Not got much left of this now. It's a little bit tricky to take apart. There's the screws inside this bit. So I'm guessing we can ping this off. Now they're very different, totally depends on the mouse. Would be my opinion, not necessarily. Like I think Tiger's ones I've tried, which I haven't tried, well I've tried some Mark IIs apparently, but the Tigers that I've tried are generally control orientated, whereas the core pads, hotlines, Hyperglides are generally a bit more speedy, less control. But each mouse totally reacts differently, right? And which pad you're using and stuff like that, so it's not as simple as, oh yeah, these are the fastest ones. There's a lot of variables in it. How do we get to these two screws? Like you'd have to test each mouse on each set of skates to have a different, like a better feel for it. That makes sense. Like to be able to decide. Yeah. Okay. Different. And then if you're buying like a, I say G305, right? 1.79. Then you want to buy all the skates, or you want someone to have tested all the skates for the G305, because that'll tell you which ones are good for you. Whereas when you pick up something like the 403, they'll play totally different. It's generally because of the shape and stuff. What's your favourite mouse switch? Kailh Reds at the minute, I'd say. I'm using TTC Golds in this at the minute. I modded one, but I want to flip back to Reds. Although I might put Omron Japanese ones in it. So I can just try them out. What did my G Pro 66 gram? I only need a new battery. How long does yours last? About 7 days I get on mine. Using it daily for like desktop tasks and then probably 8 or 9 hours on the weekend to game. It's only 100 milliamp hours. The one I've got, the 240 milliamp hours, it was lasting me like a month. So there's a few screws at here. There's one here you can get to. So the stock one's just crazy. So efficient, the hero sensor. That's one thing I noticed when I first got my G Pro, probably 2 years ago now, I can't remember, but it was so efficient, the sensor. Like batteries just last forever. That's why you can put a small battery in it and still get some crazy time. Like in the old days, wireless mice were lasting like a day. Like the old Razer Mambas and stuff are just not very long at all. Whereas now they're just like, you barely have to charge them. The 100 milliamp battery as well, what's impressive about it is it only takes about 15 minutes to fully charge it, so even if you're running out, it's pretty quick. So once that's released here, it looks like you can then just ping out, unless that's strapped in somewhere. Yeah. I thought you could just pull it out, but there's a piece still under here with the other micro switch in for the, it's got a Kailh in here, okay. It says a Kailh, that's the one, who was asking for the dot? That's a Kailh, this one. It's a black dot Kailh. Okay. But how do we get this out? I don't know. This is like a proper puzzle. There's I don't know how they CAD these out. Like, who at Logitech designs these mice? Crazy, like the amount of time they put into building them. Some proper skills building out, like designing these mice. Proper over-engineered though. Compared to like any other mice, like G-Wolf or Glorious or anything like that. These are built totally differently. Oh, you remember now you put this together, so that's why we can't get this one out. There's one screw here which is holding in this DPI button. There's one hidden, or hidden somewhere maybe under the cable. More screws. How many screws we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 10. Let's say 20. It's got to be 30 odd screws at least so far in this. Off with the DPI button. Oh, you'll remember now this goes back together. It's pretty complicated. It could be a tricky one to put back together. Good job we're doing a weight reduction on it, right? Therefore we can afford not to put everything back. Where can you get a lighter battery from? I'm going to put some on Beardedbob.com, or you can buy them from AliExpress or someone Amazon or eBay generally, mate. 0.85. Nice. But yeah, I'm trying to ramp up some of the stuff that I'm selling on Beardedbob.com, so some of the mice stuff, because people seem to want to buy those bits, so I'll put some on. Right, we said it's Kailh black. I'm not even sure I've seen a Kailh black before. Interesting. What I never understand here is the G303, the G503 Lightspeed have the same thing. These little small ones again. Is Logitech seems to switch the switches around. Like this has got Kailh and it's got Omrons. I don't know why it just doesn't have Omrons in it. But people were saying it's because of cost. So I guess on a switch by switch basis, singular, like if I was just buying 1 or 2 or even 100 of them, I guess the price isn't going to make much difference. But when you build in a couple of maybe G305s or so, a couple 100,000, maybe a few million, then the price of the switch probably makes quite a difference. We'll take a look at the switch in a minute. These are the small ones they use for PCBs all the time. There's 4 of these. We're definitely leaving some of these screws out. So we'll do a weight reduction in a bit, and we'll try it without destroying the mouse first, and then we'll do some non-reversible mods, and then we'll see what happens. But yeah, we'll see. So it's got Omron 20 millions in the front, a Kailh rear. I think Omron 20 million on the sides, but really different one. It's a D2FC-F-7N. Yeah, the 20 millions are the same as the fronts, so it just doesn't say 20 million. These are pretty nice switches, man. Where's the link on my website? I haven't got them on there yet, mate, but if you send me a message, I can sell you them. Just send me a contact message under YouTube, beardedbob.com, or tweet me on Twitter, which is beardedbob with a 0 for in the bob. I will put some on anyway, or you can just wait and I'll put them on my site. Or you'll find some on eBay. Maybe. Right, so there is the spider's web of switches, PCBs. As you can see here, we've got Omron, Kailh, and Omrons. You guys find Kailh, there's no markings, it's just a Kailh black, and it's got there's a number, it's RJ12ZA. So we'll see what that Kailh is if they can't. Have a look. Nice. Spiderweb. Six grams of switches. So while I remember, we need to put back on the ribbon clip that pinged off. Notoriously bad for not being able to put these back on very easily. Depends, I get some off AliExpress, mate, so it can be anything from something like $1 or $2 plus postage, plus your time to get them over. So it just depends. Import tax sometimes into the UK. How does this go back in? Should never have pinged this out, Bob. I think this might be a full one rather than a. There we go. It is okay. It is a lift up one. Okay, I thought maybe it wasn't. Cool. They're all on AliExpress, all the switches and stuff. There's loads on there, so I've got all mine from mainly. I've been, or if I need them a bit quicker, eBay or something like that. They're quite hard to get hold of at the minute. Especially in the UK. So the only thing left in the shell is the side buttons now. It should just ping out, but so I always push them in on the fingers. Yo ham! How's it going, man? These are pretty chunky. I've never been a fan of the size of the side buttons on these. Normally these ping out quite easily, but today, not on this Logitech. It's like hooked on one side here, and then it's hooked around on this one. I think you pull it off and then, like, there we go, yeah. And then so lift it and then pull it back and it'll ping out a bit easier. What do you reckon weight we get this down to? I think without some major drilling, we should be able to get down to about, what was it, 83 grams was it? We should get into early 70s probably. My Logitech do not want to take this mouse apart, that's for sure. This has been a fight the whole way. Finally. Nice. 1.7 grams. And then it's purely just the shell now. You need to wait. It's not too big, this shell. I thought it'd be a bit thicker. Mr. Mouse. Dr. Mouse is in surgery. That's right, huh? Dr. Mouse. Not pulling them apart, my friend. $25 grams. Damn. So it's pretty heavy. It's probably down to the rubber, maybe. Like Razer had, if you saw the Razer Viper we took apart and stripped the rubber, it was like thinner, thicker, and then thinner. They almost tailored the rubber, which was quite clever, to reduce the weight, so you still got a bit of grip, but you, well, you didn't have a load of weight. 25 grams is quite heavy, I'd say. Shit, the base is quite light, to be fair. This is going to be a nightmare to take some weight out of it, because it's quite intricate. Takes some out the rear, though. There's some out the back here I think we can take. We'll see. And there is the G403 taken apart. So I'll take a picture of it. and then we'll get on with some other bits. Oh man, why do you have to look more? It's like OCD in there. Right, take a picture. Give me 2 secs. Yeah, there's a hub on the bottom left of the PC. It's on the top of it, but it's like left of it. What is it, a USB-C? Yeah, you'll probably bring the hub up if you bring it up. I'll probably pull up the hub. I've got a charge and run it. Well, there's a battery bank somewhere you can plug it into, maybe. I can't remember where I put that. Might be over by the 3D printer. Hey, what up, JT? How you doing, man? What I'm learning from this is, don't you try to take apart the 703. Definitely ninja face. Welcome back, dude. You want to be careful with it, yeah? That's for sure. Taking a break, that's it, yeah. Just going to take a picture of all this taken apart so I can put it on Mouse Review Forum subreddit. I'm going to mod my 302 with my 305 PCB. I bought SLT files and I just need a service that can print. I don't know about any alternatives, mate. I've got a 3D hub, that's it. And you might be able to get some people on some of the forums might do it for you. That'll be my other take on it. Right, take this picture. Take the picture. Oh, good. Your power now, Paul?
No.
Charge it.
I think so.
Yeah, there you go, charge it. Set to the picture. Cool. Put you back. Ow. 703 is going to be interesting. It'll be the same in the 750. It might be less complicated. I might do a hero and see if I tweak the internals a bit. This is an older one. Maybe made it a bit easier to take apart. What up, Revolver? Hello. Alright, we're back. Little bits back. These are all the bits from the planet. Cliff Reds. Some hyperlines, obviously. So all the bits. Do I like the Viper Mini despite the lift off? Yep. Would have been a good mouse one. I found the Viper itself a little bit big, but the Mini was good size for me. Probably still preferring the Modeler minus shape. But, yeah, it was nice. It would have been a good mouse. I think the sensor's going to annoy a few people. They should have put the 3389 in it, the same as the other Viper. But they have made it cheaper, I guess. I think people would have paid 50 quid with it with the 3389 in it instead of 40 quid because it is a cheap mouse, right? For 40 quid, it's cheap. No question. Right, so what do? We need to do the switches. Let's do those first, and then we'll do a weight reduction Or do you want me to put the power cord? So put the switches, put the power cord in it, and then do a weight reduction? Or do you want me to do the weight reduction, switches, and power cord at the same time? Cheers, Lance Parker, for the follow, man. Appreciate it, man. Favorite mouse, G Pro wireless, all the way. My daily G Pro. I make it lighter. I change the switches on the left and right. That's probably about it. I like it other than that. Hello, Dr. One install. So let's get rid of this crappy cable. This is the difference, right? Here's a. You've probably seen this before, right? Here's a normal cable. You can really tell. This is the G403's default cable. Pretty rigid. You'd have to feel it. It's probably one of the worst cables ever. And then you get a power cord cable here. You can't tell, but it's like so much easier to move. It's ridiculous. Definitely a good mod, even if you just want to power cord it, I would. I'm not sure. So the switches, right? We're using using Omron 20 million. Yeah, Omron 20 millions in the sides and the left and right, and then you've got a Kailh black. I probably wouldn't change any of these switches. These are pretty good, but I'm gonna put reds in it just because we're here to do that. But I quite like the Omron 20 millions. They're nice and snappy. They are nice and snappy. Aye. So you got a Kailh versus the Omron. So Omron, Kailh, red. Omron and Kailh black. Got him too. I've got headphones on, but not bad. So let's take the switches out. We'll change the switches over, and then we'll do a weight reduction, but we will do one without destroying the mouse. What we did find the other week was the Omrons, the Kailhs are a little bit heavier than the Omrons. So this will be interesting. Right, so let's get the old soldering iron out. Let's change the switches out. This is personal preference, because I probably wouldn't change these. I quite like them, but some of you lot might want them. And then we'll go for an easy weight reduction. One way you could still RMA it. Granted, you can do that with the switches, right? Because you just ripped them out, but assuming you haven't done the switches. Kailh, it could be Kailh. I call them Kailh, but you could probably, it could be Kailh or Kailh. Is it the one people say? What is the best cheap mouse in your opinion? I like the G305. I was picking one because it's wireless and it's cheap. You can get it for about 30 quid. Steal for that price, if you can get one with the shape. Failing that, I don't know, people are rating the Rival Steel Series 3, Rival 3, so maybe that. I've not tried it yet. That's going to be a teardown, and I need to do a review on it as well. So, but that looks pretty good. Just plugging this solder in, that's it. See right about it. Right. Let's get into the light. Probably charge it.
It's charging on the back.
It does say that, does it?
Yeah, it's got a little.
Try it on the front port instead of the PC. That port, maybe it'll power up there. We hold it down the button for a period.
Yeah. Please.
Try the one on the front of the PC. Maybe it's okay. 1 second, keep going.
You have reached the voicemail box of Kino. Just wait for the tone.
batteries on.
Where's that?
You should have to put some it's better on a camera. There's like
Oh, yeah.
some additional batteries on the front. Just look for these type of batteries when they're flat. You can change the batteries on it. And then you can use there's other ones I've just put them to one side, the ones that are flat and charge.
Okay, so.
If you mount it to a camera, it'll be more stable. Sure. So that's all that the misses some additional lighting because I've stolen them all. MM710 has some QC problems. It did do early on, illegal gamers, but I think it's okay now, right? Bit of water in the old
If you need further assistance, enter pound now.
sponge. Definitely had some earlier issues. I thought they'd fixed, and the ones I've had have been pretty good, but could have just been hit and miss, right? If you get a good one though, damn, that's a good mouse one.
Number and a message after the tone.
So let's change these switches out. Because after the batteries, there's a replacement G305 battery. 100 milliamp, 3.7 volt. Some solder. A solder pump. I've been using a bit of braid, but been using braid quite a bit. But people have been saying use solder pump more, so we use that. There's some TTC gold. These are all going to be tested soon. And then we got some more Omron, are they? Yeah, these are Japanese Omrons. These are nice. Nice. Oh, it's the Kailh Reds. I ordered off what to buy for me, mean soaks. You ordered it off Overclockers UK. That's where I got some of mine from, I think. If I remember rightly. Can't remember. These Kailh Reds are about either $1 or $2 on AliExpress plus shipping usually. Take about a month. Right, let's bring out the trusted blue tack. This stuff's good for holding the mice. The mice? Good for holding the switches down. So I'm going to swap out all these for Kailh Reds basically. Just because we can. I might try some. I might get some Kailh Blacks. I think I've got enough to have a dig through my box, see what I've got. So let's get these out. I usually use 450C. That's what temperature I use. 400 to 450 is usually pretty good. And then oops. Yeah. And then I put a bit of solder on the inside, these little legs, and then you pull it off with the solder. Desoldering thing, gun, whatever it is, pump. It should come off fairly easy. I had some problems with the EC1 though. Oh boy, that EC1 was a pain. So sometimes it can be tricky, sometimes it can be good. And you end up with a lot of solder everywhere. Not bad. Take a bit of time. Take your time with this, don't overheat. Shit. The trouble. Yeah, don't overheat your iron or the PCB when you're doing this. Just take your time. So don't do it when you've got like a gaming session coming up or anything like that, because you'll be rushing it. Just take your time. And then I put the iron across all three and then just lift it usually. Should ping off. If we're lucky, these ones will drop off. This is why you need like an easier way to hold them. I use these nylon sticks, Beardedbob.com, if you want to know what they are. It tells you what they are on there. They're like nylon splunges or something like that. Splurges are like for taking apart electronics. And they're good for taking skates off. But they're also good for separating PCB so you don't burn your fingers off. Depends how good your fingers are. Mine are pretty sensitive to heat, so this is going to be a pain. Using that's going to be fine. That's how I use my fingers. Good luck hands. Goodbye fingers. Ow. Just keep working them off. Just like that. They will come off nice and easy. Just keep work it. These are the switches. Too much reflection here, but 20 millions. Put them over there. Derelict switches. Came off fairly easy. One thing to note, which I just remembered, is which way around the switches. So I wouldn't whip them all off because that one's probably going to be head on. What I mean is that you need to understand you're going to have to remember which way around the switches, basically, like this. So I'd take them off one by one, solder, and then put them back. So you remember the rotation. EC1A, cool. I just did an EC1 to Japanese on runs, so I'm about to release the video in a few days, so check it out if you need to. Also, it's this way around. The PCB, not the clean side like I was trying to do them for some reason. Just curious what the difference in this mouse. How do you mean, dude, when we're playing around with it, or in compared to an EC1, you mean? There we have it. I need to do a bit more solder, so then you add a bit more solder on it. So I've just used what was already there. I go MM710 mate because of the sensor, and I prefer the shape slightly. It's not all sensor. Just be careful of that. So it pops up the switch just as I put the solder down. So, Sax, hey dear mum, welcome back, sir. I'm doing the 403, mate. I think you requested this one, did you not? A few of you did, I know that. What people asked for, I said the 402 or the 403, and here we are with the 403. So we're just doing the switches, we're just swapping them out there. It's got on-run 20 millions, and then a Kailh black for the DPI. And we'll just change them out for Kailh reds purely because, well, just change the switches today or so. This one looks slightly off center. Doing them was it was slightly skew whiff. You've got to be careful, so it's better. Careful your fingers when you do that though, because you'll burn them. Rubbing, no, I mean as in I have the mouse as well, and the clicks feel pretty amazing. Curious if the Kailh, okay, I personally, Robin, I wouldn't change them. I like the Kailh, I like the on-run 20 millions. I wouldn't change them. A few people perhaps don't, so I'm just showing people how they could change it. I don't think you'll notice much difference between Kailh reds and the on-run 20 millions, apart from we have to do some tests, which I'm going to do very shortly in another video, which might show something, but I think they're going to be very similar. They're both pretty good switches, I think, to be fair. It weighs 95 with the weight and I think 83 without. Something like that. Can't remember now. It's been a while. It's Cliff Black's now. Kailh. You know what I mean. It's a bit awkward to solder because of the spider's web that Logitech's created here. So like I said, remember, so the dot on this one's pointing towards a cable. Remind me of that, yeah, if I forget. Always got to remember which way around the switches are. I'd swap the Model O cable for a Paracord, mate, or RMA it if you can. It'd be damaging the cable, common problem. Drew, perfect weight, 60 grams I would say. I've got a 52 gram Viper that's too light. A Logitech G403 and that's my daily. And I like that weight, so I'm going to go 60 to 70 grams I think is good for me. Probably 60 if I had to pick between those two. But it's all personal, right? So what works for me and that works for someone else. I used to like the MM65, right? Not the MM, the M65 from Corsair. I used to like that for a while. I do prefer light mice now. I struggle to go back to a heavier mouse. This one's been a pain. I want to do a comparison between a stock G Pro and my 60 gram one. And just see if there's any difference you can physically tell. This is my 60 gram one. I dated the Viper Mini and the weight's perfect. Have an XM1 coming tomorrow to test. Yeah, 70 grams in it, the XM1. Different shape though. Viper Mini's good weight, 61 grams is it, I think, man weighed. But the sensor I don't like. What the hell? Is a mouse too light for you? There's a video of me playing with a Viper Mini. Not Viper Mini. A stock Viper. Show you. This Viper. Across. Which is one we did the other week. There's some videos on it on my YouTube channel, Beardedbob. Or Beardedbob gameplay if you want to see me using it. This weighs 52 grams. And I thought it was really, really good at moving around, right? Like, amazing. But it was a little bit twitchy, I found. So I'm going to put that down to it being a little bit too light for me. So I think that's where I'm getting my decision of 50 grams is probably where I'm at. So 60 grams is where I'm at. What the hell? See, solder's now getting stuck in the gun. So what? I mean, I like the 45 gram Skull Mini. I actually played really well with that. And that was an Ergo, and that's even lighter. But I don't know. I found like the cursor just twitches a little bit because of there's like a little more. There's no weight stopping you from your hand from shaking, maybe, or something like that. Yeah, I think the amount of pressure on your wrist if you're using light is just too much. Yeah, you are like your wrist is trying to compensate in it for like the movement, like trying to stop you over adjusting and stuff. But it's just a matter of time, right? Just gotta get used to it. Yeah, I would agree. I thought the MM710 was a little too light, around 60-65. Yeah, I think 60 to 70 has still got a bit of weight, and that's probably about where you want to be if I was going to pick one. 70 to 80 is perfect, fine. All good, Chris. Everyone's got their own preferences. This is it. There's no perfect weight. The thing is, once you start going lower and lower, you can't really stop. Like, I could probably adjust to that Viper. And the thing that I found weird was that I didn't like the Viper. When I reviewed it, I wasn't fond of the Viper shape. And dropping the back off made it a totally different mouse to me. I actually quite like it. I was trying to use the Viper as my main, which is rare because I've struggled to get away from my G Pro wireless. The MM710 was the other one that was closer. So Shows you how much difference that made. I'm taking some weight out of it. I mean, it's no looker, right? It ain't no pretty mouse, but I don't care as long as it helps my aim. The mini though, I don't know, I can't get on with it. I tried it. Just didn't want to. I tried it a while ago, the mini. And the sensor's okay as long as it's on the ground. Like, it's a good sensor in terms of like tracking and stuff. It's just lift off sucks. And I tend to lift. And although it wasn't causing me major problems, I certainly felt like it was causing some issues. The 502, the brick to the Viper Mini, to the Viper, that's going to be a big change, mate. I'll take a bit of adjustment for you. Bitchy, lol. Come on. This one's not playing very ball, is it? I find some switches don't want to dance. Where are you at? My braid. Weights like skates, like the lighter the mouse gets, the easier it glides. So I think skates at a certain point become more about how they feel rather than how fast your mouse is. Like that Viper on those, it's using that Viper's on core pads, on a Helios, Glorious Helios pad, and it's 50 grams. It's so fast. Like, it's really good to move around. And the movement on it is awesome. It was just when I was shooting, I felt like it was a little bit twitchy. But again, you could adjust to that. I need some braid on this. There we go. Like, good if Logitech released the 60 gram G Pro. I think there's definitely a market for it. And they might now have Razer's release the Ultimate. I think before then Logitech's had quite a good run of dots down towards Kailh. Logitech have had a good run on mice, no competition really. In terms of like wireless, like Razer's were never good. The Mamba was horrendous, I found. I like that. I'm gonna keep that one. Kailh. We shall be trying to get some of them, unless I've got some. I've tried ceramic skates. I've done a video on G Pro wireless of all the skates that were out. They're the ones that weren't out with Tiger Arc 2s. But I've done ceramics, I've done hyperglides, core pads, hotlines, competition hotline, master. I've done them all. So it's worth having a look. Did I like the ceramics? I can't say I was a fan, to be fair. Did they make much difference? I don't know. I did a lot of glide tests with them, and they were very similar to the other ones. So for 30 quid, I'm not gonna. I didn't think I was making the money, like it was worth the money. I think they glide about the same. A lot of people have said like I'd pledge or use a harder pad, but it wasn't that noticeable. I didn't think. You have to keep playing with these switches, right? Like, trying to get them to fit, like to stick to the PCB. Sometimes a bit tricky. I would add a little bit more solder if there's not enough left on there to just hold it while so I can readjust. Yeah, some people polish the pads. Like, if someone said to me which is the best mouse pad, I'd be like, I don't know, I'm using the Glorious Helios at the minute because I've got two and I want to compare one that's worn. I used to main the Logitech 640, sorry. And again, I've got a worn one now that I want to use to see what the difference is. I've got an EMP5, I've got loads of mouse pads. I need to do more reviews on them, which I'm planning to do. I won't be playing Siege today, mate. It's too late, I've got work in the morning. What time's it? 10 o'clock? Yeah, got work. It's 10 PM, so finish this and then I'm going to bed, man. Playing Friday then. As always. Don't try to play Siege in the week. Not at the time. Too busy doing streams for you lot. Okay, off a bit better. Trade around the switch was forward, I think. Yeah. It's a bit tricky to desolder this because it's quite a spider's web of like little PCBs with the switches on. So that's tricky. You play Valorant? Not yet, mate. I haven't got a beta key. Don't really plan to be honest, it's not really for me, but might give it a go, some people do. Also, can you reiterate your response to my question about the lift-off saving? It's on board memory. Okay, so yeah, I tried around. So I tried the my mini Viper. Changed the lift-off distance on one PC in Synapsys. Moved it to another PC to see if it holds it, and it doesn't. So it loses its lift-off distance adjustment when you're setting it to a custom surface. It doesn't hold it. It holds all the other settings like lights, switch profile, stuff like that, but not the lift-off. If anyone's wondering what we're on about, check out my mini Viper lift-off video on my website, my YouTube channel. Talking about that and some tweaks you can maybe make. That is strange. Yeah, I don't know why. I mean, the pad surface is different, right? I guess Razer's not expecting you to take your mouse pad with you, so they're not expecting you to save the custom profile setting there for that surface. I guess they're thinking if you're moving away from that PC, you're going to be on a different surface, therefore you should recalibrate. So, how do you rate the stock skates in the XM1? They're okay. I did some glide tests, I can't remember now. I didn't see any problems with them. They're reasonable. No worries, baby soda. Always interested to test things, mate. I like to see for myself. I was surprised, like I thought it would have worked, but it takes everything else across, just not that. But it didn't feel like it, right? Because it's difficult to tell. Like when I tested it using the DVDs, it wasn't jittery as like it was. Do you know what I mean? It was more jittery. It was tracking better, sorry, when it was on the other PC. So, but it is tricky to tell. But I would say it's not taking it across. If I went into competition, I wouldn't be using my PC. Most likely use the same mouse pad. True, yeah. So you want to keep some of those settings, wouldn't you? Like you can pick up like everything else, and that mouse seems to work and transfer across, which is quite cool. So if you've got a Viper, you can, or the mini Viper, you can just take all your, even the Hypershift works on the other PC without, you know, once you configured it, it knows that. So all those configurations work, just not their default surface. I guess thinking if you're moving around each time, you're gonna have to recalibrate the surface. Yeah, if I was a pro, if I was a pro, I wouldn't be using it with that sensor though, to be fair. I don't think. Not for me. I'd want the higher end sensors. I had someone on Reddit was saying something about firmware for it, and I've not seen one. And I've asked him, like, is there firmware for it? For the Mini? So maybe there is. But I've not seen it. They might be able to fix it. They might give us a control for the LOD. I don't know if the 3359 can have that ability added into it. Don't see why not. Yeah, lighting works. Yeah, you can take all your custom lighting across. Well, I just turned it off and it works. I kept it. Didn't put it back. So you can play around with stuff like that. There's my finger. Just a little bit high on the PCB. Just some of the pains. Pain no gain. If you're doing this, prepare to lose some skin on your fingers. Especially while trying to chat. Alright, so we've got left and right and the DPI button swapped. Now we've just got the other side buttons. Check out my Beardedbob website. Beardedbob YouTube channel, JT. There's a video on there showing you some tricks, what you can do to alter the mini laser. Lift off distance. Oof. Exactly. There you go. It's that line across my thumb. That was my skin burn. Can never get with the chrome lighting. No, maybe they've improved it. Synapsys 3 might be slightly better, but I've always had problems. I used to like RGB when it first came out, and now I just give up trying to sync it all, man. It was an absolute pain in the ass. so I just don't bother anymore. Saw the tape mod. Do you see the calibrated surface in the Synapsis JT as well? I thought the same, Drew. I thought, first of all, I didn't realize it was actually a piece of plastic. I thought it was a ring circle off something like the Viper, like the standard one. I didn't realize it was the plastic body. So I can imagine once the skates start wearing or you put too much pressure down, that's going to scrape. So you're going to have to sand the ring around the sensor, really. Which it's just, again, it's like, I get Razer trying to save some money on it and stuff, but that's probably not the end of the world. Surely a ring's not going to cost them that much, right? On a skate. I originally thought it was actually a rubber ring originally, or PTF ring. I finally got earbuds for gaming. I could never find a good pair of headset. Yeah, pros seem to use earbuds. I tend to use headphones, but they're all good, right? Comes down to your sound card and some game settings, so once you've got decent audio, it's not too bad. Most of them are pretty good these days. Just remember how the switch is in place. The solar pump's not playing as friendly today. Like last week on the Viper, was it Viper? No. G403, it was like superb on this one. Racing tracks on finger. Yeah, pretty much, mate. I've lined it now, that's it. Burnt my finger. Never heard anything so beautiful. Yeah, I was quite surprised when Razer did. I mean, they like lighting, right? They didn't put much RGB on the Viper wired, right? I love the way they stealthed it into the back shell. I'm like, that's nice. Yeah, I'm loving that. And then they come out with the Mini and they put an RGB strip on the bottom of it, adding weight when you're trying to make it lighter, and you've taken away that stealth look. Maybe manufacturing costs. I'm like, god damn. It's like all three of them have got differences. There's the I need to make sure I remember which way this is because we want to put it back together and it's not. Right, it's to the right. But I said I don't remember the way the switches are. Normally you can tell this one's a bit tricky. But yeah, like the Viper Ultimate's different, including the scroll wheel's different, the way it's built to the Viper wired. The Mini's totally different. I can't wait to open it. I've not opened it yet or looked at anything. I just try not to spoil that. That's the kind of bit I like. So they definitely made some amendments to it. I don't know if they're going to be good or bad. I know they got to save some money. I think they could have made some better decisions on where to save money. The one thing that is good about the Mini is I like it other than the sensibility. Is the skates are a lot better on the Mini than the other Vipers. I think people would have paid 60 or 70. Yeah, I agree, Drew. I think they would have paid the same price as the normal Viper, just a smaller version. I think Razer were trying to compete in the lower end market, and they are doing with that. But then you've got the MM710 for 50 quid, winning the 3389. .703 alternative. I mean, it's not wireless, I guess, but there's the G-Scroll or Zoe's versions, or there's the what's it on? Model D. That's what I'm thinking. Still not reviewed that either. And at 40 quid, right? The Viper is a good mouse for 40 quid. It's just that we're all expecting it to have this high-end sensor. If it wasn't for that tracking issue, I think it would have been one of the best mice around. I still think it's pretty good, to be fair. Like, not everyone gets affected by lift-off distance issues. For me, it doesn't work, but for some people, sure, it's not an issue. Is it 40 quid now as well? The MM710, damn. It's a cool mouse, man, but they were plagued. See, they got a bad reputation now for this poor quality, but it's a hell of a mouse for 40 quid now. Gotta be honest. Nice switches, good sensor, good shape. I have no issues with it whatsoever. Like I said, it will nearly replace my G Pro with that. That's how good I think it is. I've got a Model O. I've had it for a long time, but I've just not had a chance to open it. I've got loads I need to get on. This one's facing the other way, just out of curiosity. Last switch, and then we put it back together. Yeah, boy. Come on, don't you get stuck on me now. These have been fairly easy to get out, these switches. That EC1 was like, oh my god, a few hours. It's ridiculous. What are you doing to the mouse, Skippy? We are paracording it. We're going to just melt the cable a little bit, put some hyperglides on it, and we're going to do a weight reduction on it. And we've just swapped out all the switches, basically, for Kailh Reds, just because I fancy it. That's all. Because the switches are pretty good in this, I would say. You get me excited about the Mini now. I need to do it. Anyone buying a Model O pink one? You seen them? I'm going to pick one up just because they look cool. Because I'm turning into like a mouse collector at heart, I think, somehow. Drives my missus nuts. Yeah, right, honey? Got your makeup. I want to do a video comparing all the smaller mice, so Model O minus, MM710 or 711, the Viper Mini, and what's the other one? Remember what the other one is, but all those together I'm going to do a comparison video showing all the smaller mice off and differences in like latency and all the usual stuff that we do on the video review stuff. So there we go. All the switches are now replaced to Kailh Reds. Hopefully we are not going to have any issues because I've put them in the right way around. Won't be so funny if I've not, because I'll have to play around. So now we can put it back together. So now we'll put the power cord on it, we'll put it together, we'll weigh it as like a mod without, one that you can do without, so you can still RMA it basically. Obviously you can't do it with the switches, but that's just me messing around. Get it soldered off. Hate the dirt in the holes. What you mean, like catching all the sweat and stuff? No, I've still not tried the 8000 Hz yet. See how it affects it. I need to. It's one of those where I'd like to try a few things out, but I just haven't got around to it yet. I'd say probably not. I mean, you have to get. The trouble is when you try and convert these mice into like the 305s and stuff. The reason why people aren't using like the G Pro wireless and things, PCBs, one, because it's expensive anyway, but also because it's difficult to retrofit them. Like there's a 3D printed base for the 305, so everyone can really use that universal base from Adrenalize, I think it is, or someone else, and plug that into all kinds of stuff. I tried to make a hybrid. I was going to make a G Pro wireless cross Hattie, basically, and I took them apart and looked at them and spent a bit of time looking whether I could do it or not, and it's too much effort. Like, it's just not worth it. And if you want expensive mouse, I just want to weigh the switches. You'll be interested to see that. These actually do normally make a difference. So Omron 20 million is 0.49 of a gram. Kailh's normally 5.6. Yep. So the Kailh is going to be slightly heavier, which means you've added a bit of weight into it basically. Not much, but... And that Kailh black is 4.8, okay. So the reds are a lot heavier, don't know why. They seem to be the heaviest switch at the minute. The end of the world, right? It's a bit small, but interesting. A lot of people use the 305, but I think it's got a little bit of latency. Haven't found any yet. Need to do some more tests. Cat, got black hair. It's there rubbing itself in your mouse, mate. That's what it's doing. Yeah, I've seen someone do that, Robin. Like, it's pretty cool. They're like putting like some more like plaster or something like that around the buttons and stuff to tweak the clicks. So it's a cool mod. I do look fancy doing it. I'll add it to the big list of modifications we want to make. But yeah, good idea, man. Right, let's piece this back together. I'm expecting this is going to be... We're going to mod this one anyway, right? So let's get this piece off it, because we're going to... This is going to be the RMA, right? So we're going to take this off anyway. Or should I? Should I take this off and show you what it weighs without it? It's probably a gram. Or do you want me to show you how to put it back together where you could do all the modifications and still be able to return it if you have a problem? I doubt we'll see that off it, but you don't know. What do you want to see first? Which configuration do you want to see first? A mod without destruction. Just like leave the back off it maybe, and some other bits. We could leave the back off actually. I think just the trend made people, the quickest option was to basically honeycomb it when Razer's probably spent a lot of time milling out a lot of the plastic. Like when you open up the Viper, you can just tell it's been like... they've spent a lot of time designing the base and stuff. Leave it off. Alright, we'll leave off the rear then. So I don't think like other companies have just jumped on the bandwagon for creating a lighter mouse, whereas Razer spent a bit of time R&D in it and getting the right configuration, if that makes sense. Like getting the shell thinness down. Like if you looked at that Zowie EC1 that I took apart the other day, that thickness of the shell was just unreal, man. It's gonna be tricky putting it back together. G4 wireless plasma keeps double clicking. You need to change the switches, mate. Your on-runs failed. You need to swap them out. If you go to beardedbob.com and then go to my shop, I can change them out for you for like 25 quid plus return postage. Or you could RMA it back to Logitech if it's under warranty. Is this the Hero Edition? No, we think it's the Prodigy version, mate. It's a 33, it's an older one. It's on the end of the cupboard, 33.66 cents or so. I'm pretty sure it's the older Prodigy first. I might do the Hero now though, because now I want to see what the difference is. So if you lot think it'd be worth me doing it, I'll do it. We can do two. Right, I'll remember how this thing goes back together. This is yeah, a little bit more complicated than I remembered. This is where you see me trying to work out how we piece this back together. So that was going last. That's where we have to put the first thing we're going to do then is we're going to put in the rat's nest of cables. Not so easy. Use these little ones first. There's my screwdriver. I like better, Kailh. Oops. Yeah, we'll probably get the Hero version. I need to test it anyway, so come on. It's one of the problems that I've got to be careful. I don't rip apart all my mice because I want to test them before I like take them apart. If that makes sense. Like I don't want to do a tear down like this and then let me test it and then say, oh, it's got a load of problems with like build quality because I pulled it apart. So I do all my review stuff before I've took it apart, which is why I've not took the Viper apart yet. I need to make sure that I've tested it as it comes from the factory first. And then we pull it apart. And then we see what modifications we can make. The thing I've realised is you can't really make any modifications until you've actually seen what it looks like inside. Like you have to have took it apart. Because you can't tell how it's constructed. Some of the other stuff, some of the cheaper mice, mid-range mice let's call them, are there's not much in them, so they're quite easy to take apart and put back together without really doing much damage. Your skates are an issue, but other than that, the rest of it's like, they're dead easy. They're nothing like this. If you got a Logitech mouse, be prepared to pay a price, right? So sometimes I'd leave out some of the screws and the switches for weight reduction, but because these are on a bit of a weird plate, I'd put both of them back in here. You don't want to get wobbly switches. Now this DPI one I need to work out. here if it was forward facing or so if it was that, I think it was that way around. Yep. Okay. It's like big jigsaw in it. We've got to put it back together, man. Like so, and then and this is not a nice wiring harness, let's call it, or spider web of cabling. This is not nice. None of these are designed to take apart. So there's a little slit in the side on this side as well as the side buttons here. I'm gonna, before I even do that, I need to put the proper side buttons back in. Damn it. Where are you at? Hiding. These have to go back in first. Obviously. So what games you're all playing at the minute then? Valorant seems pretty popular. You're playing Siege or anything else? Hey Yosh, how you doing, man? You're looking forward to the 10th gen Intel? Or you're running AMD? That'd be interesting. Or you're running an 8700K at the minute on my gaming and a 9900K on my streaming and editing PC. Soon to run an AMD just on that because I want to get a bit more productivity out of it, but I'll probably use 9900K for my gaming. Still not done, no mate. Not talking as well. Ah. Not at all. Change all the switches. We're now just working how this puzzle goes back together. It's quite complicated. Switches are pinged back out. Nice. Still running a 3570K. 2012, damn it. Nice. Playing CSGO. Okay. True CSGO. You playing like competitive on CSGO? Is that why you're still playing it? Or just because you like it? You're going to switch over to Valorant from CSGO? I think you'll stay loyal. It's got a massive fan base, CSGO. Get side buttons back in. This Logitech's got nice little clips here to hold the cables down. You notice that when we took it apart? Don't think we particularly need to put these back in, but we will anyway. Be careful with these ribbon cables that you don't bend them too much, they will snap because they're pretty rigid. So over flexing them too much, probably snap them eventually or wear them out. Kinda new, played Wingman 2 versus 2. Okay, he's getting into it then. So I don't see yourself switching. Fair enough. Okay, you're coming in from Overwatch. Yeah, it'd be totally different to Overwatch though, won't it? They got the same, like, I guess, abilities and things, or same idea. But the actual, this is one of these little flat ones, but the actual gameplay is more like more like CSGO. So what's your guesstimates on this then for the weight reduction? Should people actually come back together? Oh man, did I forget that? Right, so before you put this rear piece in, you need to make sure you you put in the DPI button. I guess total will do. Let's leave out the DPI button. We've left that out purposely for weight saving, right? Honestly, I'm thinking we could leave this out, right? So if we don't put this piece back in, kind of where you got to be a bit thinking on your feet, right? So if we don't have this piece, all we're going to have, we are going to have a bit of a gap between the scroll wheel. The buttons are going to come in, but you can have this slight gap at the front. I'm going to take this out as well. I don't think we need this. Let's try it without this. Hopefully the buttons don't push in, we'll see. If they do, we might have to put it back in. What I mean is if they don't like move left to right, this might stop that movement. We'll try. CSGO and Overwatch, yeah, it's definitely a cross. I agree. So we'll leave those two bits out. So everything we're going to build on the right, anything we're going to leave out, we'll leave on the left. So we're definitely leaving the button out. We're definitely leaving that weight out. And leave those two bits out as well. So what we've got left, we're going to leave the rear plate off. I think you need the middle part. I don't know. I was checking it. I don't think we need it, but I might hold the cable in actually, I guess. Could trap the cable down the front, but other than that, the scroll wheel is going to come out. We'll try it without it. See what it's like. We can always put it back. My copy has a wobble, but try it out. Okay, yeah, we'll give it a try. I think you're right, it might wobble side to side, but let's see what happens, right? It's got this harness on it as well. It's got like quite, not exactly stable, but it's got quite a bit of protection. What does it weigh anyway? Does it weigh this? What would you save if you did take it out? Gram? Okay, nearly 2 grams. It could be worth it. We'll see. We'll see. So this ribbon cable back in, I think. Was it that one? Or was it that way? Oops. Like that, I think. Like this. What have they said about that? Rootkit on your PC boxing? Have they said why they're doing that? Is it found you cheat? Yeah, it's sneaky if they're not telling people. Okay, so PCB back in. This is more complicated. You'll find we're going to leave a lot of screws out of this because it's not going to need all these screws. Hell no. I don't remember which ones it had. Did it have the biggest screws in the base? Bit intrusive and anti-cheat, fair enough. You obviously want to stop people cheating. I think it's the smaller flathead one. Yeah, cool. If it wasn't, it's now holding it in place. So even with one in, it's still a bit rattly. You're gonna need is the one in there? Yeah, let's put one here. I'll put one here and one here. Should be enough. If it still rattles, we'll put another in. What do you think the next good game that's coming out is going to be? I'm looking forward to Last of Us Part 2. Looks pretty cool, man. There we go. No rattle. Good. Then we got this weird harness piece, didn't we? Oh, I took it off too early. Do I need to put the... Yeah. Nice one, Bob. I've got to put that screw in first. So it looks so much easier when you watch me on video. Like, I don't show you all the bits where I have to keep trial and error, put it back together. Before we put that back, we need to put the paracord in as well. Which I just realised. So I'm not going to seal it yet. I'm just going to put it in for for looks, and then we'll heat sink it in a bit. So don't worry about that yet. I do like it in mice companies put a nice channel in the board here. So this is going to be the mod where we call it I can still return it if it breaks. It won't be too expensive. It's not going to void my warranty, although granted you've opened it, right? So they might not still take it back. You have to heat sink that, but we'll do that later. Now we can put this on, because this traps the cable in, which is quite clever. And then we can put these screws in. So normally I'll just cross them up, put one here, and I'll probably put one over here, and that'll be enough. Don't generally need more. Don't want to overdo it. We're trying to get some weight out of it here. Try not to over tighten your screws as well. So that's nicely secure, see? And then I can't remember if these were down first. Probably where before the scroll wheel came in, so then the little small ones. I'm thinking we're probably going to get, it's probably going to weigh around mid 70s, I reckon, without anything too drastic. Which isn't bad, given the Viper's 71. I thought mine was a bit heavier. And the Ultimate was 76 for me, so. 95 is heavy for this, which it comes out of the box, but drop the weight out of it. You save it down to 80s, so it's not overly heavy there. 403, when I was reviewing it, it's a long time ago now, on my earlier ones, I know that the problem I had with it was the cable more than anything. It wasn't the weight. The cable was the issue. It was just horrendous. So this, you're just paracording it. It's going to be night and day on this mouse. If you've got one, I suggest you do it. There's one mouse you're going to see a difference on. This is going to be it. That alone will make it feel super light. I put 4 back in here because, again, we don't need to rock on there. Encode or anything like that. Now, I think it's like, I can't remember this piece. I'm going to leave this bit out. I can't remember what this piece did. I'm going to leave that out as well because it seems to just rattle around. Now maybe we'll regret, well, we won't regret, but we'll find some issues potentially here, and then we can tweak it. So the first problem is we have to. You're going to have to put the encoder has to be loose to allow you to put the scroll wheel back in. That looks it. You can't just push it on the side. Thought we could. Negative. This thing's gonna be pretty secure. Feels like, yeah.
Where's the battery for this thing again, please?
I gave you 2 of them, didn't I? It's in the back of it.
How about
It's like a clip. You see it on the back. You push the clip to the side, and then the battery pings out, and put another one in. You done it? Let me show you. Just put that one like. Oh yeah, over there somewhere. I can know where it is, and I can charge it. I was wondering which one's charged. Scroll wheel is back in now. I mean, it's pretty. There's no wobble in that. Any wobble in it is when I'm pushing down. I'm like, that's pretty sturdy on its own. We need to put the right and left mouse button back on it. These are really easy to do, thank God. Require 2 flat ones. I can't remember where that's from. So I think on these, we can probably get away with 1. I know we put 1 back in at the top. If you find them a bit, yeah, these will be fine, because they hook in at the bottom here as well. So it's not like you're going to get flex. So you can take 1 screw out. If you find they are a bit mushy more, then put the other screw back in, but I just do 1. So, want me to do it for you? inside. Just like that. Yeah. You're welcome. I'm messing.
Huh?
I was messing.
Oh.
Cup of tea be nice.
I'm busy.
Cheers, honey. Again, I just put one screw in the back here. I was expecting a bit of play in these, right? But like side side, there's a bit there if I really push it, but maybe a little bit if you pushed it. Depends if you can stand the movement, maybe. If you don't like them wiggling in and out a little bit. Bit of wobble. Then put in the nose cone piece. I'm going to leave it out. I'm not too bothered by that. So that's it, I think. We can put the cable back in. We've got also took these magnets out. There's quite a lot of screws out of that. How much we left out of it? It looks a bit rough at the back here. Right? You can always put the back on it if you wanted. We'll try it without. This is what you lot wanted. Chunky screws in it.
It's gone out again.
Might be flat, that battery then.
Jesus.
This is the battery level then, you have to have a look. Show you how to do it now, it should be perfect.
Battery thing's flashing back.
Yeah, it's flat then. So that one and that one I would put in. I just need any more than that. No way you can have a problem there. You can still change the DPI button. If you push hard on it, you can see they do move in a little bit. There is more flex, but I don't think it would bother me that. Let's put the feet back on it and then we'll give it away. You done it?
Where?
You done it? We'll change the skates later. For now, we'll just rip off the standard ones because it will destroy the hyperglides eyes if you keep taking them off too much. They'll do a few times, but too many, and good night. Good night. Who's interested in the hyperglides, there is no center ring, so I'm going to leave it off because I don't see them really being a problem. That's it. We have the modded 403. What do you reckon it weighs? Get your bets in now. Cable's a bit weird. We'll have to. That's one of the problems you're going to have. You can have this flapping cable at the front, but you could secure it if you don't have that like nose piece on. It's overly concerned people. I probably, for 2 grams, I'd probably put it back in, but it's up to you, right? So,
Are they all flat?
don't know. There's some more on the far left as well. Higher up here. There's 2 here. $72 grams, 67 grams, Christoph. Ooh, I don't know. That's ambitious, mate. I like the ambitious, but that's a lot of weight. I think Yosh. I would say Drew is going to be right. 72 I'm going with. I'm going with Drew. That's probably going to dig in slightly on like a claw grip maybe. Yeah, it's probably a bit annoying. You're not going to get rid of that though. That's the problem. That's always going to be there, right? Palm's okay. Palm won't bother me. Fingertips okay because you're going to pick up your hand. What about the wobble? It doesn't bother me. I don't apply that much pressure that it pushes, and even so, it's not much more than a. Trying to see like if I pushed it, it would. Like it doesn't affect the scroll wheel. Like there's very little. You only got a couple of. There's not even much on this side anyway. Like I don't know. It's personal preference. Maybe if you're closer down to the front tips here, you could get a bit more pushing, but here at the back, like mid, you're not going to get much here, man. 90 grams. It started at 90. 95, I think it was when we started. And without all the weighting and stuff, it was around 83. Yeah, there's not much playing it. I mean, it might wear a bit of time, but pretty good. There we go. Is it working? Claire?
Yes, thank you.
Cool. You got a full battery in that one? Does it mark show it?
It's good, thanks.
Ding, ding, ding. Liking these new scales. Oof, 71. Damn, it's lighter than I thought. We said about 72 hours with Drew. Drew was right. 67 was ambitious. 74, not bad. 71's pretty light, man. That's a Viper. Wait, if you can live without the back. If you put the back on it. Yeah, you're looking at 79, aren't you? 79 grams of the back. We could ping off there. Ping this off and see what we get it to with the back on. It's not bad. It's going to come down to what's going to work for you. Yes. Let's ping out the diffuse. These are normally about a gram, so I don't expect too much from it. I'll just ping them off. There you go. Going to be a gram in weight. I know, half a gram. 6.6. Less than I expected. Show that way around. $78 grams with the rear on it. A couple of screws in it, probably 78.5 grams, something like that. Yeah, I still got the rubber on it, Josh. It's basically just took out some of the weight, so still got the rubber. Yeah, it feels pretty good. It's alright then, 78. I think because people are going to palm it, and because of where your hand, like your knuckle is here, and it rests right on top of, if you didn't have it, this button. So if you're going to palm it, it probably is going to hurt you a little bit on this. You could put a bit of tape across it or something. Switches. Yeah, not bad. Scroll still stock. So if you put this middle piece in, you're probably looking at 80 grams. So you're saving like 3 grams. You're not saving much. So you have to bear that in mind. But don't forget, this is purely, you could return this back to the shop, right? Maybe not with those switches in. Not that they'd be able to tell, right? Logitech would, but no one else would. So we put all these down. I'll take a picture of it as weight reduction. Actually, I'm just going to leave them. Just leaving this tray for the minute. I'm going to take a quick toilet break and I'll be back. So on the left, what we have left, let's leave it like that for now. Take a picture and then 1 sec. Show these weight reductions. Probably should have done that before I stripped it. 1 second. Pictures. Starts with stuff. So I might do it as well. Gotta take pictures in here. Throwing these new scales up. Yeah, man. I mean, yeah, the switches you don't have to do. I just what was it? Like that. Wait. Must have been like that, can't tell. Was that what it was? Was it more like that? It's more like that one. It's all that camera out. But yeah, it sounds pretty good. Like, I like the Kailh threads. They're not too heavy. Yeah, they're not too heavy, and they're nice. Do a nice snappy clip. I don't know, you have to decide if you want the back off or not. Right, let me go for a quick toilet break. I'll be about 2 minutes. BRB. We'll take some more out of it. You talk to this and don't have a laugh. Blah blah blah. Bob, lift the cable up. Why? Why? It's a little bit loose. You're gonna have to find a way to secure the cable if you are going to leave that bit out. It won't take too much to trap something there, or you could just trim off the end of that if you wanted. Put it in the end, it'd be fine. You mean when I'm scaling it, you mean? So what you're saying, to weigh it? Lift the cable up? It won't make too much. Here we go. $70 still, 71. A little bit on the 78. Not bad. Again, you're gonna have to take the rear panel off to get to take the most weight out of it, right? So let's do weight reduction. We're going to cut out the bottom magnet. We're going to do all the work on the base, and I might take some of the internal bits out, like some of the internal plastic, probably some off this rear. I'm going to leave all the rubber on this one. I'm going to leave the side buttons. You'll probably save 3 or 4 grams if you take the side buttons out. I'm going to leave them on this one, and then we'll see what weight we get. We're probably going to get it. It's going to be, what was it, 71, 72? 72, 71. So it's going to be below, probably late 60s, maybe 67, something like that, with the base cut out. So let's get on with that. Don't do this to your feet, mine are wrecked. So we don't care. Yeah. Cable's about 1 gram maybe. It makes me laugh now that manufacturers are now putting with or without a cable. It should just tell us what it was weighed with in the first place. I mean, now people are starting to call them out. But plenty of the mice I've done are certainly not the weight that you'd expect. Oh, we're definitely going to Dremel the back plate here, Drew, don't you worry, that's coming next, man. So that was the mod where you could return it just about without too many issues, I think. You could put it back together properly. You could even leave some screws out. They probably wouldn't have an issue with it if you broke it. This one's going to be where, well, unless they open the box, you're in trouble. You ain't going to be able to RMA it. For once, we are going to leave. There's probably some top shot we can take out, right? We are going to take some of this out. The only mods I do was Paracord and Hyperglide, and the weight cover removed. Yeah, that's decent enough, isn't it? You get some weight out of that, Josh, without too much hassle. Like, that's fair. That's probably where most of the weight. That weight in the back's going to be the button, some of the base now. But screws don't make much weight up. There's a little bit, right? Every little bit counts. Gram here, gram there, as you take little bits out here and there, but the majority is in the bases generally. You might get a gram out of this top shell, do you know what I mean? Well, it would just weigh 25 grams. Will that be the rubber? I'm not going to even drill the buttons on this one, because you generally save half a gram. I don't think it's worth it, so I'm not going to drill them. I'm going to go for more of an aesthetic look. I'm changing my ways. Like here, you could take out all this, right? You can take out all this rear. You can't take out too much along here, so you're probably going to have to go to like around here and take this piece out, because you need this bit for the button. And you can probably take out maybe a little bit more here. There's not much here you can take out because it's got that rester on it. You can trim out some of these little bars in it. Most of the weight in this is at the rear. And there's a lot in the base we can probably get out. So we'll start with the base first. I'll leave that together so I remember how it fits. Otherwise I'll forget. And let's drill out some of this base, which is kind of a nicer way to mod it, I think. At least then you won't notice it. Like it doesn't look like some of the ones I've done where it's been butchered, right? These are subtle mods, I think, which people seem to prefer. It's like, how can I mod it without it looking trash? And there's a few extreme people that are like, I don't care what it looks like, just I want it to be the lightest thing possible, right? Make it light, man. I'll say in the scroll wheel you can't separate. It's like a plastic wheel, the full size, and then they've glued on these rubber bits into the sides of it. Made this super chunky scroll wheel. It's a monster, man. Look how many screws are left out of it. I left out loads of screws. I'll count the screws in a minute. That's what I know how many there are. 49 in the 305. No. 36 in the G Pro, and there's 49 in the 502 Lightspeed, which we did the other week. That's a lad, man. That G502's had the most screws. They are hard to put together, to take apart, the 502s, any of them. This one's pretty tricky as well, to be fair. So, by no means expect these to be easy. So, if you look at this, we're going to leave the cable track in, right? Because that's been pretty useful. Kind of like leaving them in. But we can pretty much take out all the rear here, leaving in the skate. You want to do that? Heading off, Bob. Cheers, Drew. Thanks for dropping in, man. See you soon, man. We can take out all these side channels here. This can all come out. I can probably even take out this front bit, apart from the cable channel, right? So we're going to get quite a bit of weight on this. I'll probably leave the front. You could just take some out there, but we're probably going to leave that. So just remind, I think it's 11 grams this base. Can't remember now. Yeah. So we started at 11. Let's see what we can get it down to, right? Let me get a box for these bits. Find a better way. because this gets so messy, I'm going to put all these bits in this box. And then we'll come back. Much easier to clean. When all this plastic goes everywhere. So if you've not seen this before, it's going to be a lot of plastic. So let me go get the drill and I will be back. 2 secs. I'm going to take this base apart now. Ignore me. How much for a Model O minus? How do you mean, dude? To buy it? I don't know, about 50 quid, are they, I think? 50 UK pounds, something like that. As far as I'm aware. Right. So as I've shown before, the easiest way is normally to clip this plastic out first, especially on the disc area here. Goodbye warranty. As long as you can get, not that it's had a warranty, it's that old. If you can chop out as much as you can with some pliers or something. Some of the 3D printing Ender ones are pretty good. Right, we get them back in a sec. Generally easier to get the plastic off with. These ones. These Ender 3s are good. Generally for cutting away normally, they're pretty sharp. So we cut away as much of the plastic as we can. It makes it easier to drill it, or to sand it, or whatever we want to call it. I'm going to E-file this bit down. Don't think we need the Dremel today. So it's 11 grams. We don't want this rear bit on the base. I'm just going to lighten this puppy up. Need to get the Model O minus out and the Model D. Get them tested. Hoping to do it while we're off for a little bit, but still working pretty hard. What's that screw point for? Anyone remember? We'll cut around it. We'll just cut it off. I don't think we need it. It's probably for something to do with the PCB. But it's all good. First bit off. Then I'll take all of this off it. You want to keep your skates undamaged there. Try to damage the skate runs. Be your best bet. And then you can still put your hyperglides on, or whatever you're going to put on it. Whoops. That come over your way then. Add some plastic. Just got to be careful not to crack it as you go along there. See what I'm doing here? I've took out the main part and then I'm just trimming out the edges, and then we'll basically sand all this down. You could take this extremely, but we're going to do I'm going to more refined mods now. People seem to prefer the more refined style rather than the butcher bob. Some of them are still going to butcher up. Tonight was going to be more delicate. Yeah, it's already got Paracord on it, mate. One Paracord. We need to thingamajig hair dry it a little bit, and there's the old one, which is naff. To be fair, the 403, one thing I would do on it, as I've said before, is I would Paracord it straight out of the box. It is horrendous. It's got the worst cable out of most mice. I mean, it's horrific. That on its own would make such a difference. It's one of the things when I reviewed it a couple of years ago that I hated instantly, was just the cable. It made me, it just instantly put me off it. If I bought it, which I did do anyway, probably this one, I can't remember, I'd have been upset. You know what I mean? I wasn't using it as a general mouse, I was using it just to review it. It wouldn't be for me. The 502's got a similar cable to be fair. Might be slightly better on the newer version. I'll have to get one and try it. So I keep working around these edges. I use pliers, but we will sand it in a bit. It's quite a lot of plastic here. It's quite a simple base, like PCB, so there's not much you can really go wrong. To make sure you don't go through these screw holes, you want to keep them. You could take 2 off because you only want. You could be really aggressive and just leave one of them because you know that we're going to use 2 screws, but we'll leave 4 today. Actually, I might take them off. I don't know. It would be not fine off. It wouldn't be very much weight saving. Take this out. See the point in this. It's probably something that I've not realised. You've got to be careful when you're chopping these bases, that you are paying a bit of attention to where stuff was sitting. Because if you take it off, obviously you can't put it back. So it's easier to make a mistake. I did on my earlier G Pro. I took out the rear panel and then realised I couldn't screw it. To be fair, the tape's held up immensely. It's still holding it now, even though it's been opened several times. But the later ones now that I don't delete that part because I keep the screw hole, but that's where you got to kind of remember it. If you've not seen the latest G Pro wireless, it's a 57 gram G Pro wireless video I've done. It's super light. I mean, it's been drilled, but you can get down to 60 grams pretty easily. Well, not easily, but without looking too, well, basically looking stock, you can get 60 grams out of it. So now the question is, do we take this pillar out? I think we do. Let's go to this pillar. I'm going to leave this one in with a screw hole. Because that's where the thing goes. Cheers for the follow, Mr. Kid Grave. Thank you, ma'am. I'm just trying to see where that's at. So it is resting on that. Yeah, so I'll probably leave that. It is resting on that. So we're just going to now take out these side parts. I might accidentally take that out. I don't think it's going to be a big problem, but there's not much weight on the PCB down here, so we should be okay. We'll sand it. You can go quite close to the sensors. Generally not a problem, just don't go ridiculously close. If you don't have a decent drill, that's pretty clear, clean cut. These are fairly decent, some of these decent pair of pliers just to trim out the plastic. You don't have to sand it. So up here is going to be a bit more difficult. You're going to have to drill into here to cut this out. we have to be careful here because there's a few mounting points. So I'm probably just going to try and take out this part of it, and then we'll take out these side bits. Just keep checking it if you're doing this to make sure you're not taking out something you don't want. Like there's a screw point here and here, but we're going to use this mount point and this mount point. I think we use those two to hold it, so as long as we keep those two, I can literally just take out all of this. That's what I'm thinking, right? That's where we're at. So one E-file, or nail drill if you don't know what that is. Ceramic piece. These are good. You could just use a normal drill if you wanted. It's generally a bit more delicate. Let's rock and roll. I'll mute you because it does make a bit of noise. Right, so we just tidied up the edges a little bit. A little bit more here, one sec. After your ears. And then we can give that a quick weigh. Let's see what that weighs. This is why it goes, put little bits of plastic go everywhere. So it was 11 point something, wasn't it? 0.3, I think. Go for 10.5. Okay, 9 grams. If you just wanted to take that part out, save yourself 2 grams there. So it's now below 70 grams without the rear plate, I think. And let's trim out a bit more if I get another gram or two out of it on these side bits. We can take out this part, can't we? This is where you gotta keep checking, because once it's gone, it's gone. Yeah, I can definitely take that out. Just trim all that out. Goodbye. finish this last bit off. We've cut a bit away, we can now trim it. That's a bit quicker. But you can split the plastic. So be careful there. Try the delicate bits. Probably sand that. So it's probably easier. So I don't want to get too close to the sensor. See how it bends the plastic, so let's go back to drilling. Mute. Mute. What the hell? Yeah, Lord. See what a G403 mini. Maybe once we've trimmed it out, it's certainly a bit lighter. We're down to 70. Maybe early 70s. I can't remember now. Or maybe 60s. I can't remember. What was the weight we found? We're down to late 60s, early 60s, late 60s. Are we in late? Are we into early 70s? I can't remember. I think it was 72 and we took the bottom out, so it must be into early 60s. Anyway, we carry on. Dope. Hey Roman. Yep. We got down to 72, I think, maybe. But that was with taking the rear plate off. But yeah, 78 without any, with the rear shell still on. Maybe lose some of the front bits. Other than that, you are going to have to take some shell out of it, mate. Like, some sacrifice will have to be made. Alright, so the shell is been hacked to pieces. Well, the base has anyway. I've got a feeling I took too much out this side somewhere. But it's looking not too bad. Certainly not much left in that. I don't think we get anything else out of it. I don't like making the sensor too weak. And the skate's still intact, so let's give it a weight. What was it, 11.3? and a 9 without the rear button, so probably around, I'd say 8, I would say. Wow, 7.6, okay. That's quite good weight out of that base. Not bad, not bad at all. I don't take any more out of it. That's probably the maximum you're going to get out of it there. So it's okay, not too bad. A little bit exposed behind. I mean, is he going to get wet? If he gets wet, you've probably ruined it, but sweaty hands and stuff should be okay, I think. Like any mouse. Top shell on this is still going to be nicely covered, so no problems there. This is looking alright. So let's piece this together and see what it weighs with just the base done, and then we can maybe look at doing the main shell. Because some people might just want the base. I mean, the main shell you're not going to notice much, right? Just get rid of this plastic. There's not going to be much in the main shell, I don't think. You might get a gram out of it, maybe. I'm trying a bit. Let's just see if we can just do the base. Let me see if the other part's worth it or not. That's what it's about, right? It's about showing you guys, ladies, what's worth it if you want to drill your mice. Just get rid of the plastic next time. It's a pain in the ears. Makes a hell of a mess of your desk. Like a mini vac, like a mini Henry. You've got mini Henrys for your desk, that might be useful as well. Maybe we should get one. Did I? Yeah. Sure I binned it? I don't think I did, love. No, I don't think I did. It's probably useful now, that. Was it a real vacuum cleaner? I thought you were taking a piss.
No,
I might get one then. Or like a mini dustbuster. Need some just to like whip over here when it's finished, because this is a lot of plastic there. Right, back in a sec. Bin this. Oh, that looks a bit dark. Magical, is it? Once it goes in sunlight. Not bad. Prefer the other one. Cactus one. Oh, sorry? Oh, okay. Couldn't see on that one. Right, let's piece it back together. So I put all the bits in the boxes down. I've learnt now that drilling it makes a total mess. Don't forget the last bit of tape. So on the left, what we're not going to put back in, and on what the right is what we're going to leave it in it. Put back in it. Leave quite a bit out, so you get to see now what we're going to take, what we're going to leave, and what we're not going to leave. So I won't do the power cord yet. We'll do it at the end when we're happy. Basically, we're just going to use it for fitting at the minute. Let's piece it back together. I need to do that one first. You need this weird bridge component for the scroll wheel, or for the buttons. Well, scroll wheel, which we kept. I don't know what we reckon weight wise. It's got to be So yeah, so scope soaks. You were saying it's 72. I can't remember 72 or 62. 72 is right. So we've got to be in late 60s, haven't we? It's got to be like 67 grams now, I reckon. It's pretty decent. Not sure it's worth doing the top shell, but we're going to try it because there's quite a bit of plastic on the rear here we can take out. Once we keep these posts, we can chop all of that out basically. Because even if you put the shell back on it, which you might like to put this back on, if you chop all this rear off, basically, and you put that on it, you can cover the damage, so you don't. It still looks stock from outside. I think we'll do that. I'm gonna cut its rear end off. So remember last time we have to put the scroll wheel in first before we do the left hand side version of this. Come on, screws are so hard sometimes. Tiny screws, man. Scroll wheel, which weighs like 6 grams or something ridiculous. Heavy, man. And so there's quite a lot of plastic in this you can take out around the face. Face is generally where you save most of the weight. If you want to do an easy weight reduction, just take the base out as much as you can. That's where you're going to get most of it. Some of the thicker shell ones maybe. Some of them there's not much hope, like the EC one's quite a beast anyway. Just one screw each in the rear here. Nope, it's the wrong one for a start. That was a bit funny. This one. You finished now?
Yeah.
Cool. Won't be that much longer, I think. And then we put this other rear button on. There's only, same before, it's only worth putting one screw in because it hook into the base here anyway. So you still get pretty decent movement. Well, they don't feel spongy. We'll leave the DPI button on. Tell it's going to be light. It feels light already. This has still got the side buttons on it, which is decent. Oh, I forgot to run the paracord around the tray. Never mind, we won't bother this yet. So I left that part on it. We'll just pretend it's there for now. So we fit it properly. Oops. Trying to rip out the cable here. You read down there. So 2 screws in the base and we're good. That's it. You can leave tailored to your desire. Cord's pushing up the front a little bit, but this is only a bit of a test. I'm interested in the weight, not in the fit yet. We'll tweak that later. So there it is this time. So this time we got a bit more of a chewed base. So without the rear plate, here we go. I'm reckoning 67 grams. That's where I'm at. 67, 68. Lift it up a little bit. About 67, not bad. 68, ooh, 65, 68, yeah, it's not bad. 67. And the rear plate on if you wanted. 73. It's not bad with the rear plate on that. 73 grams. You took what, 5 grams off it, something like that? It was 78, wasn't it, with the. So 4 grams. It was 78 with the rear plate on before. That's not bad, man. You can still put the front on it as well if you wanted to. If you like this piece here, you can still put that part back into it as well. So let's take the rear. So we're going to take the part of the rear shell out, and then that's probably it, I think. This is getting much more out of it. Back of powder cams. I'm going to keep it so it looks stock. Well, okay. It doesn't look stock without the front piece, right? So that can all stay together for now. Well, I need to tweak that for the cable run. We'll do the paracord after that part. Strip this part down. It's for the side buttons. I forgot what that screw was. One with a little plate. It's for the side buttons, so we've got to put that back in because they might slide out. What's up, Bob? What's up? I don't know if you're looking for somewhere. Thought you were looking for somewhere?
Yeah.
Right. Right, say about. See the cats? Meow meow.
There's someone else in you.
Hey?
There's someone else in you.
Yeah, they come in. Wait till summer properly. Good luck. Whoops, what happened there? Flew across. Get these buttons off and then we'll drill this rear shell. I'm going to take it fully apart here. Hopefully we can get where we just trim it out. Just removing this rear cable section. You can take out maybe that part. Maybe it should do that bit. Maybe, alright, I'll do that. I don't get much out of it then. Maybe another half a gram, but every bit counts. You won't be able to see it, so I guess we should. Let's just take out the full wire harness. Might as well. Let's get out of the way. Get out of the way, Bob. As we're going to drill, let's put everything back in this box so that we can easily clean the desk in about 3 seconds rather than the usual 10 minutes it takes. We have to like go between all the bits. Hey, how you doing, mate? Yeah, I got the magnetic dish, dude. Good call. I like it, man. You playing a bit of Siege on Friday with us? That dish should work well, man. This puppy's coming down nicely in weight. Just doing the final bits on it. Already done all the switches, traded them all out. It's been quite modified, this one, hasn't it? It's had a bit of work, this puppy, let's be honest. Wiring harness. Let's put all of this into the box. So the plan here is to basically, we're going to leave these 2 screw mounting posts. And technically we could just leave one. Which means we can cut out, I might leave one and just cut out the whole. I need to leave these bits in for the switches. This is where your buttons clip onto, so we're going to leave them and we're just going to cut out all of that basically. probably about 1.5 grams. This is 25 grams, this shell. I think it's 25 grams. Upgraded my scales. I've got now a single set of scales. Hang on a minute. Before I do that, I need to take these buttons out, just remembered. Kind of lift up and then pull forward. Come off, man. This one's tough, man. Did not want to dance today. Mice fear coming to my house. Not that they got any feeling, but there you go, finally. So without the side buttons, it weighs, I'm pretty sure, 25. Yep. That's quite a heavy shell. So now I was going to trim the rear off it, see what happens. Running mounted in 2 screws. So I'm going to trim out this stem. Actually, I'll probably leave it in. I'll leave it in because we can get around it without doing that damage to it. So we'll just do that. So let's get that on the go. Let's make it happen. I'm just going to use a drill to cut it out. I could get the Dremel out and use the disc cut, little like mini disc cutter, but I'd use this for now because it's out and about. So let's get that sorted out. Cheers for the follow, Ojourn Van Gamerin. Thanks, man. Appreciate it, mate. What I was trying to point out was that that part is the part that the PCB mounts to, so I forgot about that. So I've trimmed around it. It's not going to be heavy, so it doesn't need much. You might even get one I'm just going to leave one screw mount and then chop the back of it here. That'll be enough to hold the PCB. You don't need much. It's not going to weight on it or anything, so it shouldn't snap. So we'll just do that as well, and then I'll tidy up around the edges. We'll keep these points, don't lose them. We can take the side pieces out, trim a bit more up. Yeah, man. So I'll just tidy up. There's a screw point there, so I wanted to avoid that. We chopped out the back, like we said. I can take out some of this side in here. Probably take out some of this reinforcement, and then that's probably the rear shell done. Tidy up a little bit. I was going to do a bit more down here, but there's quite a few screw points here, so I've just left it. You can't get too carried away at first. I'd probably do a little bit and then make sure you're not chopping stuff away that you don't want, which we might find I've done, but we shall see, right? It'll be a little bit delicate. If you don't want to destroy it, just carry on. Alrighty, so I think that's pretty much it. You can see we've done probably more than I expected to have done to this shell. Hopefully we don't find out we've cut some off we shouldn't have. We're going to put the rear piece on it, so hopefully the reduction in weight of drilling out the back of this allows us to put the rear piece on so you get like a smoother shell, but it looks stock. That's the plan. So let's clear this plastic away and then we will put it back together, and that's it. I think I'll paracord it to finish that off. Probably do that as part of this process as well. Too much plastic. I'll weigh the shell actually, it's reminding me. Just clear this plastic and then we'll weigh the shell. See what we actually got off it. I think 6 grams is the rear shell, so it's quite a bit of weight we're going to have to have removed. But this might be a bit of an in-between compromise where you can get more weight off it without without destroying the like palm feel basically, and it still looks stock. Well, it can look stock if you put the top pieces on for the buttons and stuff. Well, the scroll wheel shield, we'll call it, whatever the fuck that is. Sorry, whatever that is. Hold on. Like an auto bleeper. So, let's spin this plastic and we'll weigh it. Radio. Is that the inner shell? Yes, it is inner shell, mate. So what you'll see is we end up with like, get the rear, it's got this cap, so that'll just sit like so. So it's like I call it the wolf in sheep's clothing. It's a stealth mod that looks like it's there, but it's not. Which I like to have the rear piece on, because that's quite heavy. But now we took the rear shell out, you might be able to like get a bit of a compromise where you still keep the weight to 72 grams, but you also get the feeling of a decent palm that it's stabbing you. So 6.5 grams, the rear shell. So this was 25 grams, so if it's 19 grams, you're basically going to be able to equalize it and have the rear on. What do we reckon? 21. Ooh. So 3 or 4 grams maybe off the back. So you can maybe 74 grams. We'll see, we'll put it back together now and try it. But you kind of get a compromise where you can still have the rear panel on it. It's going to be below, it's going to be like 67 grams maybe, a bit lighter. But you can now run the panel on it and have it still even lighter without having that digging into your hand on the palm. That's the idea, right? That's what I'm thinking in my head. These pieces put it back together. So it's more of a subtle mod. It's not one where we're going to destroy it. So let me also do this Paracord first. Let me do that first. And then that's good to go. Just played Siege with my friend, and him and his buddies are all plat 1. Baptist of Fire, I like it. A little bit crazy, was it, mate? You're alright, I've never been that high. I've been gold 2, that's it. At the moment, I'm trawling around between bronze and silver, because we're either solo queuing or duo stacking, and it's duo queuing. It's a bit tricky, but Friday night, hopefully get a few people on. We can get up there to silver at least, but yeah, it's difficult. It should be plat 2. I think you're pretty good, mate. You should know it by now then. Get no excuses, man. Takes a little while to get back into it though. It's all the angles, man. Pure map, isn't it? I'm liking it. I'm getting into Siege. I've been playing for 4 months. I only played on a Friday, about 8 hours, but I'm getting into it, man. So there's no way I'll ever get to plat, I don't think, unless I play a lot more hours. Too busy here with your masterpieces. Oops, there's still one screw here. I don't actually need to take that out. So I'll take this out for now, so we can get the cable right for this paracord. No, there's nothing else. I like the destructible walls and the angles and stuff. It's really good. I like it, and I like the gunplay. Like one shot to the head, you have a level 3 armor guy. Tanked, you can just sponge a load of bullets, but if you shoot him in the head, that's it. GG. That's what I like. It's realistic. That's what I think it is, right? That's to me what I like. I like, again, that's more realistic. Right. So let's hair dry this, plug it in. Let's get the power cable cord trimmed up, and then we can build it back together and see what it weighs, and that's it. We're done. I think I'm going to build another Rainbow Six. Like I've always played them. I used to play just solo, going around with a pistol, even before, like, I'm talking about against the AI. Never mind playing it like it is now, competitive and that. What I have to do is move up my mat because it'll melt by the hairdryer. I haven't got anything else to do, I think. Should have done this first. Yeah, well, I played the beta version of Rainbow Six, loved it. Came on to play it when they brought it out, and I stopped playing, mate, straight away. I could not. My mates were trying to queue for games. It was a problem. It was buggy as hell, and we just stopped playing it. If I'd carried on playing it, it'd be really good. And that wasn't because it wasn't a good game. It's because it was so buggy, it just took them so long to get it fixed. It just was not worth it. So, shame now, because now me and Larry are coming back, and all my other mates don't want to play it. They refuse to play it, and it'd be good now, but we're a bit late on the curve, I guess. Blah blah blah. Oh, damn high. Hey man, how you doing? Dementor Fire, is it? How you doing, man? We played beta on the PS4. Yeah, I was even on the PC, mate. It was just ridiculous. We're just modifying this mouse, basically, mate. We've put new switches in it, trimmed out some weight. We're just doing a paracord now, and then we're going to put it back together. It's a G403 mouse at the moment. We've been weighing it, stripping it down, testing out different weight reduction stuff people can do, so they can play around, and then now we're just finishing up. So first one, we must seal the cable. One screwdriver, because it's going to absolutely destroy my fingers. People use heat guns. Sorry, I forgot to mute. People use heat guns, but I just use a hairdryer. Sorry for your ears then. Use a cigarette lighter? Yeah, I could do. I haven't got a cigarette lighter, mate. Don't smoke. Should I not? No, you can use one, mate. I don't see why not. I just don't use them. I haven't got one. People use blow torches, all kinds of shit. Or stuff, sorry. So it's fine. You don't melt your cable, right? Are you going to light her? What do you mean as in weight reduction? We took the base out, man, look. The weight reduction's been done. We're just piecing her back together now, mate, and then we're going to see what she weighs. What do you reckon she's going to weigh? Stock was 95 grams, was it, with the weights in? And we've moved it. It was 83 without the additional weight that they give you. So what do you think it's going to weigh now? We've done some tweaks to it. Stealth mod. I should call it that maybe. Not even sure this one needs a ring in it, to be fair. Sorry, I thought I muted the mic. Lol. Just saying. And just mute it so it doesn't deafen you the music, the noise, that's all. But if you like it, it's fine. But I'll mute you for now. Oh man, my hands are so sensitive for like heat. That's why you see me like, using stuff because I just can't stand it. It burns me. Just didn't have me bit my hand with a soldering iron before. That's the end of the hair drying out. We removed most of the unnecessary things, mate. So yeah, take out some unnecessary things, and then so we power corded it. We've changed the switches out, so now we've got Kailh reds. Let's put my mat back on a sec. Yeah, we put Kailh reds in it, took out the on-runs and a Kailh out of it. Kailh, what do they call it? Drilled it all out. So now we're going to make it, it's going to look semi-stock. You could make it look pretty stock. We'll probably try it stock first, and then I'll show you what you can and can't do. So I'll probably do the one without the front piece on it, and then we'll do the one with the front piece on, this piece basically. It sits across the front like that. So it looks stock. And you can decide if that's like 1.8 grams, but it allows people then to decide what they want to do with it. I'm just showing you what's possible. Alright, using the 403 now. Nice. 4 years, damn man. You're dedicated to the 403 then. To your baby. I didn't like the stock cable, like you power corded it. If you haven't, then you need to do that, mate. Should be the first thing you ever do to it. Now we're going to find out if I've over drilled it. All these switches are changed. They used to have in They were the original switches, so they were a mixture of Omrons or Kailh black on there. So the 20 million Omrons and a Kailh back on the DPI button. We switched them all out. You've got a 703, okay. You liking the shape of it, Ninja? I'm going a little less extreme on this. You could take all the rubber off it and stuff and save probably another 5 grams if you wanted, but I'm not going to tonight. The rubber's a lot of effort to get off on these. The ones I've done, like the Viper and the 502 and stuff, are just real hard work to get the rubber off, man. Could be some grams of dirt, man. Depends how much sweat's going to collect in it, right? Like hair and stuff, cat hair. All that pro gamer sweat in there. It's a lot, man. You're not going to get much more weight out of this unless you seriously go drastic on it. You might get an extra gram if you drill the buttons. To me, probably not worth it. And you might get like, you probably get quite a bit off by plinging the rubber off this because it's probably quite a lot. You could still take the side buttons off. This you can have the side buttons, which is quite good. So even at sub 70 grams, this is still going to have side buttons. Maybe even into 60s, which is unheard of. You get another 5 grams by whipping off the side buttons, 4.5, 5 grams of it. I used to really like it. Yeah, I prefer Ambis, mate. I used to use Ergonomic as well, but I'm an Ambi guy. The Hat is a good mouse, man. Heaty. Hat. I just prefer being wireless, even with Paracords. I still prefer it, although they're pretty much wireless, to be fair. You've got to get some food out of it. Could be good for the apocalypse, mate, when you're a bit hungry. You just can use it then. You know what, on the DPI button, let's leave a screw out because you don't really need it. It's not going to put loads of pressure on there, right? This is the bit we modified now. This is a new position for this PCB. So there's only one mount point, which is what we switched out. I keep putting the side buttons in, but you have to put the plastic ones in first. Where you at? Where you at, buttons? It's definitely slippy, mate. I've got True Grip have sent me some grips, or you can use the Hotline grips if you've seen that, grip tape, or you can even use lizard tape to make it easier to grip. Mine was really slippery, but I've used it that much now. I've worn all the coating off, so now it's alright. But they are slippy. Out of the package, the G Pro was ridiculous. They maybe slightly changed the coating on the later ones, but for me it's still a bit slippy, I would say. It was one of the problems with it. So you don't need any screws in here for this. These are just going to stay in like all the other mice that I built out there. Logitech over-engineer. You got the Hotline ones, okay. I like these sides, but not their buttons. You still find it? Is that making it easier for you with the grip tape on it? Yeah, G Pro's. I'm not sure it's the same length, but it's certainly narrower, and it's not the same shape. Obviously, it might be a bit higher. Maybe could try against mine in a minute. Have a look. Yeah, mine was okay. I've swapped out the switches now, but I've not seen any with a double click issue. A lot of people do have problems though, because I repair quite a lot of them. It's common, definitely, but they've sold a lot of them, so you could also put that down to massive sales. But those 50 million on ones seem to break. Some grip tape for the ass of it. You could try lizard tape, mate. Put some lizard tape on it. If you've got the old rear end slipping around. So you could run the cables in the cable trays, right? But to be fair, you could probably cut them out. I've left them in, but might be a little bit more of a saving in there. It looks like half a mouse. It's like someone's come along and bit, like Jaws has come along and bit the back of it off. Look. Looks weird, man. Kind of freaking me out with that rear end. That'll all be hidden though, don't worry. That's the plan. Right, scroll wheel on. The finger grip dream, maybe, mate. I mean, some people have cut the rear off the mice, right? I mean, it's probably a little bit extreme even for me, even though my name is Butcher Bob nickname, but I'm changing my ways. I'm doing weight reductions, but not to the extreme, maybe. M1K you're talking about, aren't you? Just the left and right mouse button, not the I've got a scroll wheel or side buttons. I'm going to do a weight reduction on that. It weighs like 40 grams, is it? I can't remember. 26 grams or something. We're about to do a weight reduction on that. Don't worry. Yeah, the carbon fiber one. Yep, sending me out. They sent me a 3D printed base that I printed, and they're sending me out some carbon fiber shells so we can draw one. Then we're going to do that on their camera, because that should be interesting, right? We're going to make the lightest mouse even lighter. It's a bit like the Rat 1. Rat 1's like that. That's also pretty light. And that was only, I'm not sure about the scroll wheel, maybe it did the Rat 1, I can't remember now. Yep, going to stream it, mate. I'm going to stream all my weight reduction stuff at the minute. So I'm recording it as well. So I can put it on YouTube, but I'll stream at the same time, especially while like COVID's on. So I can, normally I can quite busy in the week, but COVID's allowing me to have a bit of time to do stuff like this. Oh, we can lose weight. They reckon that I've printed a new base. They reckon the base has certainly lost some weight, and if we draw out the carbon fiber, I don't know how much carbon fiber is going to wear, but surely we can get some out of it, right? Cheers for the follow, Dementifire. I keep probably murdering your name there, mate, but thanks for following, man. Appreciate me. Yeah, we could probably get into 20 grams. It's like super light anyway, right? It's like ridiculously light. So, I actually quite liked it. It's weird to try. Like, I can't live without a scroll wheel or side buttons when I'm playing FPS, or you know what I mean. Like, so I prefer that. They made it for StarCraft, I think. So certain people out there, you know, some people don't actually mind not having a side button or even scroll wheels. Like people who game just use the keyboard. They don't use the buttons apart from left and right. So for those kind of people, it's like perfect. For me, hell no. But I quite like the mouse. Like the idea of like how it's been carbon fiber. It's got Japanese omrons in it. It's got a customized PCB. Let me show you the PCB for it. I've got one out. One sec. Show you the custom PCB of it. Look at this bad boy. That's the PCB. Yeah, here's the side scrolls as well. But there's a PCB for it. The guys who built this, it's an expensive mouse, right? But the guys who built this have made, like, they have thought about every bit of it. Optimize the PCB, it's small, it's still the fastest mouse in a bump test we've ever tried. Nothing. Neighbour's alarm's going off. Lol. Nothing is competing with it in terms of like bump tests. I'm interested to see how it does in the latency tests against the other mice which we're comparing. So, well, that stuff's on my beardedbob.com website if you want to see it. You like tweaking systems? A few people have mentioned them. Not really. On the OS stuff, I'm not that fussed at the minute. I do, but I've got so much on at the minute. Right? I'm not that fussed. I do fancy trying the OS though from Revision. Is it one of them on that site? It looks pretty good, so we're all going to give it a go, don't worry. Just Someone sent me their custom one. That's, it might be a Windows 7. I can't remember now. Low latency, so we'll give it a go. So you've still got the screw mount point, right? So if we take a look here, if we don't put the back plate on it yet, and we will put it on as well. We can try it without it. That's what it looks like without it. No, I don't think that's gonna be very comfy because it's probably okay if you're up here, but that might stab you in the hand a bit. It's not bad. It's not the end of the world, right? I probably wouldn't use it like that. Put the back plate on it, we will. So does it weigh? It's got to be like 65 grams now. $64 grams. Not bad. So we put the rear plate on it now, and this is where it hides it. Look. Ta-da! 71 grams. Not bad. So what's that? 13 grams or something taken out of it, maybe? So if you had that on and you put this back on it, that should be 69 grams. All right, maybe a bit lighter than I thought. So the cable, you can lift it up and pick the mouse up, but don't do that. Yeah, 70 grams. What time for you now? It's 12:30 at night, 12:20 PM or AM, sorry. So it's just going into Thursday, is it tomorrow? No. So if you added the middle bit, come on, stay on. 72.6, so 72 grams, 73 grams. That's what you get out of it. It looks stock. Not bad, huh? So let me screw the rear plate back on it properly. I'll probably put the middle piece back. Actually, let's take some pictures of it like this 1 second. Look at that. Dead on 64 grams. Nice. Sleep well. Will do, man. Catch you later, man. Cheers for following. See you soon, man. Just gonna take some quick pictures from this one. More pictures. I'll show you 70 grams now. Look at this. It's always difficult with scales, you always get like a gram here and there. No. 70 grams. I don't know. Call it 70 grams, 71 grams. Pretty fair. Right, let me let's piece this back together with the middle piece on. We'll put the feet on it as well. Just realised I'm not on it. And then we will see how it is. It's not a bad weight reduction though, is it? I think that's pretty good. If you look at like the if you don't mind, if you like keep the rear shell on it. It looks pretty stock. You've took out. It's basically now same weight as the Viper, just slightly better. Man. So it's ergo. You could get a Model D though if you wanted. Probably Similar weight, I think that's a bit less, 60 something grams I think it is. I just got to remember how this goes on it. Right, so there's one screw here, one screw here. That'll do nicely. I can't remember which one is it going to be. This one. I think it's like the short one. Perfect. So this is like a nice subtle weight reduction. Well, I think it's subtle. Is it this one? Yep. But what I should have done was, should have put the middle piece in. I was actually planning to do before I put the rear plate on. Lol. Lol lol lol. I'll go take the rear front buttons out as well. So yeah, M1K's come in. I'm going to do the 402. A lot of people asked for that as well. But I want to get the Viper Mini review out first, and a comparison of the Viper versus G4 Wireless as well. I want to do using all the data we're collecting. So which should be quite interesting. I'm looking forward to that. There we go. So now it's going to look totally stock. Little do people know. Wireless versus wireless, exactly. Wireless on wireless, mate. We're going to do the Ultimate versus the G4 Wireless. I also want to do the Rocat AMI 200, which Dr. Disrespect's using. I've got that as well. And then I also want to do a wireless test to see how far away the dongle can be, whether that impacts like latency. So I've got quite a few things coming up. I've got all the switch tests as well coming out next week. So we're going to put all the switches I've got, which I've got quite a lot now, into like one mouse, and we're going to do latency tests on them. We'll do sound tests. We'll do full saturation tests, so you can decide if you want Kailh Reds or you want Omrons or I don't know, Pirano, stuff like that. We are going to play tons of videos like that coming. I've got a lot of ideas for that stuff. I also want to compare the Viper versus Mini versus Model O minus, etc., etc., and see which is the best one. So I'm going to leave the DPI button out. I should have put the DPI button in. How much does the DPI button weigh? Let's put it in. I want it to look stock. This is what I want this time. Sorry, I keep messing around. This time it's got to look stock. Model O minus. Too small. Okay. Do you like the normal Model O? Like, I like the normal Model O. Normal Model O. That was my travel mouse for a long time. Now I'm using the M7710. I could use a G Pro, but I like trying some of the mice sometimes. Didn't try the normal one. Okay, it's good, man. I like it. It's worth taking a look at if you want. Same shape as the FK2, to be fair. Slight differences, but it's subtle. I had an FK1, hated it. Okay, you might not like it then. Take it back. Just remember how the DPI button went in. I'm sure it went like under here. Yes, she did. Fair enough. Trying to sort of the big craze about smaller mice is. Like, I don't mind the smaller mice. I quite get on with them. I get on with them. I quite get on with them. They're good. I mean, I haven't tried the Model O minus yet. I want to try it. It's been in the box for about at least 6 months. Just sitting there going, please review me. Ah, here it is. Got this as well. These guys sent me this to review. Not reviewed that yet. These look pretty good. Tried one out. Didn't really get on with it, but it's pretty cool. I got that from Rocat as well. Kailh Ami 100 as well as the other ones. I got a lot. I'm not even sure any quarter of what I've got to look at. I got a lot of stuff. Yeah, wireless hat would be good, but then you might as well just get a G Pro, right? I guess. But then I guess you want some more grip, do you, on the high? 80? I don't know. Well, it's basically the G Pro, just... There's a slight difference in the shape. Subtle difference in the shape difference, but... Probably slightly more grippy, but... I don't know, I prefer the G Pro for the wireless hat he came out. 80, I think. Like, I don't hate it. But... I think I'd still stick with the G Pro. Right, we're getting there now, nearly done. Last bit in here, clip on that, so this is going to look stock, baby. Okay, slightly longer now, fair enough. Cannot remember. No, they're close. They are very subtly different. They're close. Maybe a mil or two, isn't it, I think? Shows you right, when you start playing around with mice, and you've tried a few mice, like you have done clearly, you start to realise what works and what doesn't, but before that, you didn't really care. Like, I played with mice all my life. I played with mice when they were first released, that's how old I am. And then, like, as a ball and stuff, but you kind of... You didn't care. Whereas now it's becoming like, esports is making it like super niche, almost like PCs are becoming like these highly tuned machines, keyboards, like actuation and stuff, and it's like a car. It's like subtle changes now at a certain level. Like most people will never ever notice, right? This 10 grams, whatever this is going to be, most people aren't going to notice. But someone who actually plays a game will notice it. Who plays a lot? Play CS with a ball. Oh yeah, old school baby. I want to get a ball mouse again just to try them out. Like measuring and stuff. This puppy's looking totally stock, man. Yeah, it's like you only know it when you've tried. Like you get in a fast car and you think, oh my god, this thing's rapid. This handling's perfect. And then you get another car and you think, oh my god, this one's even quicker, and this is better, and this is better, and this one suits me, and this seat's comfier, and blah blah. You know, you never really know. You have to keep moving around until you find what is really working for you. And then when you've tried enough of them, like well, we have clearly, I think, including yourself, or most people probably watching this channel, then you know what you've got, right? Like I know the G Pro wireless is for me at the minute. Whether I change away from it, I don't know. Someone's gonna have to be really good to move me away. Make sure your motherboard is. I've got Asus, not an Asus, an ASRock Ultimate. That's got a PS2 port, which cracks me up, but that's probably the reason why. No latency or something. I'm ready to try some out. This is it, baby. Looks stock, man. Apart from underneath. Pretty good, that, man. I'm liking that. It's a decent bit of weight off it. 10 grams, 11 grams off it. And it still looks stock. You can get more off if you want to push it. I'm just trying to move the cable around so it doesn't put weight on it, but it makes no difference, I don't think. 73 maybe there. I quite like that, man. That's come off alright. Take a picture. That's a decent reduction considering it still looks stock and we've got all the buttons on it. You can get quite a bit of weight out of this if you were really willing to sacrifice, I would say. If you really, oops, I'm putting you already on the right camera. If you really wanted to like go for it, you could still drop out the side buttons. There's 5 grams. You could take out all this front, as we did, probably another 3 grams, and the rear plate. But that's not what we're gonna do. Let's hyperglide it, and then job done. This puppy is finished. Cheers for watching the stream tonight. It's a little bit different, I know. People seem to be enjoying them though, so I shall continue. I appreciate talking to people. I'm like sat here modding mice because it can be a little bit lonely. Not lonely, but I like to hear what you guys think about the mice and stuff as well, rather than just me like deciding what's good or not. Like, you could probably mod this in probably 2 hours to do the base and stuff. It's only took me probably 4 or 5 maybe, because chatting and building it, trying different weights out, like playing around with it, so you lot can all see the different configurations and stuff. If you do want to buy this, and I'll put it on beardedbob.com. I have no idea what I'll charge, but might keep it, I don't know. Probably sell it. I'm starting to put the mice that I've completed over there to sell. So there's also any rattles. I haven't got a rattle. So we left out screw wires. Pretty well there. We took quite a bit out of this. This looks stock. And the glides are complete. This is going to be a beast. Hyperglides on it. I'll put this mat because it's dirty. Hyperglides on it, a paracord, and a weight reduction. This thing's going to feel like God. The big screw, right? This one, the hex nut one. You can see where it is there. This one went into the front of the this plate to hold it down at the front. It's going to replace your G Pro. I doubt it. It's too big for me. I find it a little bit big. It's nice though. I like the curves and the buttons. It's to hold down this pin at the front, but look, like, how's it gonna? I have to get something there to shoehorn it into, like, to push it, and it's clipped at the front, so I don't get why Logitech put that massive nut in there. Makes no sense, right? Cool. Right, I'm gonna end it here. Thanks for watching this. Hope you've enjoyed it. I'll be on my Beardedbob website. Beardedbob.com website. There's those statistics on there as well for latency and things. Well worth checking out. I've got a shop on there as well, and I will be, it's a bit creaky at the back maybe, bit of pressure on the back, put a lot of weight, and it'll be on my Beardedbob YouTube channel, and if you want to see me playing Siege and stuff, my Beardedbob gameplay channel there is as well. The weight, this one is 72 grams, mate, looking stock. We got it down to like 60s. You can take the rear plate off if you want. This at the moment, 72G. Yeah, I will do, mate. Enjoy my time, go to bed. It's 1:15. I'm going to sleep. have a good night. And I'll be putting this on my Beardedbob channel, like I say, if you want to do it yourself, see how it runs. So, good night, people. Thanks for watching. Just watching the stream, and I'll see you Friday night. We'll be playing Siege. So, see you then, man. Peace.